Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to race day at Monza for the 2022 Italian Grand Prix. And what a Grand Prix we are set for, with a very mixed up grid indeed, which I'll be getting into in a second, going through obviously the results of qualifying, what that means for the official starting grid. And yeah, I think we're going to have an exciting race. Definitely in the first half of the Grand Prix, it's going to be exciting with loads of drivers making their way through the field and some fights in the midfield as well, where even in the midfield, we've got certain drivers out of position. So it's going to be a very exciting, at least first half of the Grand Prix, but really it should be a pretty good race here at Monza, especially if it lives up to the type of races we've had in the support series, such as F2, F3, and Porsche Super Cup as well. It should be a pretty good Grand Prix. I hope all of you guys are doing well. All of you watching, great to see you all here. And no matter what time it is in your part of the world, no matter what part of the world you are from, hopefully you're having the best day possible you can be having, given whatever circumstances you are going through. And hopefully with me and Niblo, my co-commentator, who will be joining me in about an hour and a half's time, you'll be joining me and him today to preview the Grand Prix and watch along the race. And obviously, an hour after the race finishes, I'll be doing, or for the hour after, not going live after, an hour after the race finishes, but the hour after the race finishes, I'll be doing a race reaction, as you guys know, which I've done for the last few Grand Prix. So, yeah, hopefully you guys will be around for all of that. And good, again, to see you all here. And what we're going to get into in this build-up, which obviously is what we're first starting off with, is, we're going to get into the qualifying results, and then I will read out the starting grid for today's Italian Grand Prix. And then, as usual, we'll go through all the teams, how I think they'll do, and also look at, like we did last weekend, the sector time data from qualifying yesterday, and the top speed data from qualifying as well, just to look at why the results in qualifying happened the way they did, but also look at who to look at in certain sectors of the track today, and also look at who to look at when it comes to the top speed data, who has very good straight line speed and will be able to make overtakes in this Grand Prix. And then, as we did last week, we're going to get into the race pace data from the long runs on Friday in FP2, and we're going to do a comparison between all of the teams and what their average best lap time was for all of the teams. And then, using that data, I will get into what my full race prediction is for today's Italian Grand Prix, which I did a week ago. And I think a week ago I was correct with who I thought was going to win the race. I think I went with Max Verstappen from Leclerc, then Hamilton third. So I got two of the podium sitters right, just Leclerc being the incorrect one and him actually finishing third, with obviously Russell last week finishing second. So yeah, we'll get into that before obviously the Grand Prix. And then, I'll bring Niblo on in about an hour and a half, 30 minutes or so before the race gets going. And then, obviously, we'll get into the final bits of build-up right before the race starts. And then, obviously, the race starts is as you can see, in an hour and 56 minutes time. So, yeah, looking forward to this Grand Prix. And by the way, with the weather, it is hot and sunny. And it's, I think, today 28 degrees Celsius or 29 degrees Celsius at the circuit. So, yeah, no worries about rain. There's a 0% chance of rain for today's Italian Grand Prix, which is nice to see. Now, let's firstly, like I said, get into the results of qualifying from yesterday. Now, the starting grid is much different when compared to the results in qualifying, but I'll go through the results anyway. Charles Leclerc, he will start the race on pole, and he did get pole position in qualifying itself. A very good lap, 10th and a half quicker than Max Verstappen, who ended up second. With Sainz third, Perez fourth, Hamilton fifth, Russell sixth, and then Norris, Ricciardo, Gasly, and Alonso completing the top 10. And then the rest of the order was Ocon, Bottas, De Vries, Zhou, Tsunoda, Latifi, Vettel, Stroll, and then Magnussen and Schumacher at the very bottom. But if I go back to this picture, and I'll just quickly show my running order without the actual... Actually, I will display it quickly on the screen with the actual graphic behind it as well. So this, on the left-hand side of your screen, is the starting grid for today's Grand Prix. So it will be Leclerc on pole, Russell second, Norris third, Ricciardo fourth. What a starting position that is for McLaren. Gasly fifth, Alonso sixth, Verstappen seventh, Nick De Vries will start eighth, with Zhou ninth, Latifi 10th, and then Vettel 11th, Stroll 12th, Perez 13th, Ocon 14th, Bottas 15th, Magnussen 16th, Schumacher 17th, Sainz 18th, Hamilton 19th, and Yuki Tsunoda 20th and last. That is the starting grid, unless there are more penalties, which I hope there isn't, before the start of the Grand Prix. 9 out of the 20 drivers have some sort of grid penalty, which is why the grid is looking the way it is, and much different to what we saw in qualifying in terms of the results. I think Charles Leclerc is the only driver who starts in the position they actually finished in qualifying. I think everybody else is in a different position to where they actually qualified. So yeah, just shows you how mental the grid order is. But that is your starting grid for the Italian Grand Prix. Obviously, before we get into the race, I will show it on screen and show that graphic I do going through the starting grid right before we get into the race itself. So don't worry, I will go through it again before lights out at Monza. But yeah, that is your starting grid at the Italian Grand Prix. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to get into the top teams. Then we'll get into some of the data from qualifying yesterday and that race pace data from Friday as well, and my overall race predictions. So guys, let me know in the chat, how do you think Red Bull, Ferrari and Mercedes will do today at Monza? But let's get into what I think will happen regarding those teams. And of course, we'll start with Red Bull, the team that are going to win the Drivers' and Constructors' Championship respectively. And even though, yes, 7th and 13th on the grid doesn't sound great, Red Bull will be absolutely fine today. And I do think Max Verstappen will still win the race. And I will illustrate this more so when I get into the comparison between the long runs from Friday, in illustrating just why I believe Verstappen will be just too quick in the Red Bull, even from P7 on the grid. But yeah, I think from Verstappen's point of view, I think what we're going to see is him make his way past Alonso, Gasly, Norris, Ricciardo pretty easily. Probably take him 5-6 laps to get past those cars, to be honest. He's going to be so much quicker than those cars. He should be at least a second lap quicker in clean air. So I don't see how those cars can defend from him for that long, to be honest, unless Verstappen has some sort of damage from that first lap. And then he'll be, in third behind Russell and Leclerc. And to be honest, even though Mercedes are going to be a lot quicker today and a lot closer to the pace of the Ferrari and Red Bull cars, as they normally are on race day, Verstappen still should be able to get past Russell. It will be still hard to a certain extent, but I think Red Bull just have too much straight line speed. And if Verstappen can get before, say, lap 15 within a second of George Russell, then I think Verstappen will probably make the move. Because again, Mercedes' straight line speed isn't great. And then if he gets past Russell before then it's a race-long battle between Leclerc and Verstappen for the race win. And I do think that Max Verstappen will win the Grand Prix, because not only will he have the best pace out of anyone today, but we know that strategically Red Bull, as we've said a million times before, they are a much better team than Ferrari. And realistically, I mean, Verstappen will have the best pace out of anyone, but I don't think it's going to be like Spa, where strategy didn't even matter. It was, Verstappen's pace really that won that Grand Prix. I don't think it'll be quite as much of a factor as it was in Spa. So I think it will, strategy will be a lot more important today in deciding who wins the Grand Prix. So I think Red Bull, obviously, they're a much better team in that area. and I think they'll get Max Verstappen past somehow, either leaving him out to do a few more laps once Charles Leclerc's pitted. It should be, by the way, a one-stop strategy. I don't think we're going to see a two-stop race, because I don't think the tyres are quite soft enough for us to have a two-stop race. It is the C4, the softest compound of tyre we have here. And yeah, I think it's going to be most likely a one-stop Grand Prix. So yeah, I think either on pure pace or through strategy, most likely through strategy somehow, Red Bull and Verstappen will win the Italian Grand Prix. The only thing that could cost him is obviously a reliability problem, but if on the first lap he has a poor start and gets caught up in someone else's accident and maybe gets some damage, then that could give Charles Leclerc or George Russell the advantage in getting or trying to get the race win today. But as long as he at least stays in P7 at the end of the first lap and doesn't have any contact with anyone or suffer any damage, I think he'll be absolutely fine, will Max Verstappen. For Sergio Perez, so yeah, he should have the pace to come, roaring really through the field, and he will finish, I think, at least in 4th place. Obviously, Lewis Hamilton and Carlos Sainz start behind him towards the back of the field. Perez does have a few positions head start on Sainz and Hamilton, so that's a good thing, obviously, for Sergio Perez. And yeah, I think Perez will be able to make his way through the field quite easily, and yeah, will at least finish in P4. The only way he can get a podium is either if Ferrari really fuck Leclerc's race up, which is possible, or if Mercedes are actually a lot slower than expected, which, well, we'll have to see. Most times this season, they've been actually as expected with their race pace, if not a bit quicker or closer to Red Bull and Ferrari. So, yeah, that's the only way Perez, I think, can get on the podium. Or, of course, a safety car or a virtual safety car coming out at the right time that could allow Perez to not lose as much time through pitting, either for an extra time or just pitting in general. But yeah, Sergio Perez, I think, will finish in 4th. And yeah, Max Verstappen, I do think will win today's Italian Grand Prix by probably a few seconds. Maybe not by, as much as he did in Spa, which was like a pit stop. But I think he will win by a few seconds and be just too good. And Red Bull, I think, are still just too good in, at this Italian Grand Prix. Now on to Ferrari, and of course Charles Leclerc starts on pole position the second time in his F1 career he's started here on pole, and obviously the second time for Ferrari. And the last time he started on pole here, 2019, he won the Grand Prix brilliantly, and he will need to recreate what he did in that particular Grand Prix to win this race. Firstly, obviously, Ferrari have got to make sure they make no errors, no pit stop errors, no strategy errors. Obviously, reliability problems cannot happen at all. If that doesn't happen and it comes down purely to either the pace of the car or Charles Leclerc himself as a driver being able to hold off Verstappen and Russell possibly behind, then I think there's a very good chance still of Leclerc winning this Grand Prix. So I'm not going to sit here and say that even though I think Verstappen will win, that Leclerc and Ferrari don't have a chance. They do have a chance. I really do think they do. But given how Ferrari have been this season, realistically, I don't think they are going to win the race today. It's going to take kind of a miracle with them. Not in terms of like they don't have the pace to win. They definitely do have the pace to win, and I think there's definitely a good chance that they can win. But because they've had so many races this season where they've made such, massive mistakes, like one per race weekend, it seems, at least, with this team, you're just sensing that it's going to happen yet again in this race. We don't know, obviously, how it's going to happen or what exactly is going to happen, but you're expecting something to happen. And that's why I think Ferrari will come a cropper today. And I think Red Bull and Verstappen will just be too good. Even if Leclerc's pace is decent, I just think Verstappen and Red Bull are a much better outfit to win this Italian Grand Prix. So, yeah, I don't think Charles Leclerc will win. And the reason, I did kind of give my race prediction yesterday in regards to the top 5. And I did say I thought George Russell would finish in 2nd with Leclerc 3rd. The reason I think that is because Mercedes, if you look at their as we'll get onto in a second, their long run pace on Friday, it's pretty good, to be honest, compared to Ferrari and Red Bull. It is actually closer to those two teams than you probably would have expected coming into this weekend. So, yeah, it's actually looking pretty good for Mercedes. And I think, Mercedes are a way more competent team than Ferrari, even though, yeah, we saw at the Dutch Grand Prix, they can make strategy mistakes of their own. We know they're a lot more competent than Ferrari are. So that's why I think Russell finished in second. Plus, I think Russell will have the pace to keep up with Leclerc in that first stint, even if he's not ahead of Leclerc into turn one. We'll see, obviously, what happens down to the first corner on the first lap. Reminder, of course, that Russell, starting second, has the inside line for turn one. And there isn't really, here at Monza, a dirty side of the grid, because the cars go down the middle of the pit straight. So it's not really a dirty side of the grid, that right-hand side of the grid, where second place will be starting from. And then obviously 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th, etc., etc. So, yeah, we'll see obviously what happens with the start there. But, yeah, I think third for Leclerc and for Carlos Sainz, I think he'll finish in P6. The reason he will finish behind Hamilton, who is starting a position behind him, is because Mercedes have better race pace, I think, than Carlos Sainz will be able to manage. The best race pace from Ferrari was from Charles Leclerc, and as we'll get onto in a second, Carlos Sainz's best, or his average lap time in the long runs in FP2 was actually slower than Lewis Hamilton by about 2 or 3 tenths of a second. So I think Hamilton will beat Carlos Sainz today, but I think with Hamilton it'll be at best P5 because Perez in the Red Bull starting a few positions higher. But yeah, 3rd and 6th. To be honest, I would be happy if Ferrari won today, not just because it's their home Grand Prix, and I would love to see, what do you call it? I'd love to see the home fans be happy, given how, or what they've had to deal with this season, and it's been quite a lot they've had to deal with this season from the team. It would be great to see, but it would be a bit of a change-up, because remember, Red Bull have won the last 4 races. The last time Red Bull didn't win a race was in Austria, where Ferrari won with Charles Leclerc, and obviously the race before that, the British Grand Prix, Ferrari won as well. So it would be nice if Ferrari got a win, but realistically, and in my view, I don't think it's going to happen. But we'll see today if they do actually get the race win. And the only other thing I'll say is it would be, with Perez and Hamilton starting way outside the top 10, it would be peak Ferrari if they couldn't even get a podium today. Maybe I've just set them up there for a bad race by saying that. We'll have to see in the Grand Prix itself. Next up, Mercedes. We'll go on to Mercedes, and then obviously we'll go on to the data and all of that I want to get into in a second. So yeah, 5th and 6th it was in qualifying. Russell starts in 2nd, and Lewis Hamilton starts 19th. For Lewis Hamilton, we'll get onto him quick as he's on screen. Yeah, I think Lewis, he'll make his way to the midfield pack. The only concern for Hamilton is because they don't have the straight line speed that, say, Ferrari and Red Bull do, it might be tougher for them to make their way through the field with Lewis Hamilton. But as long as he can keep close enough and be a lot quicker than the midfield cars through the middle sector, and say the Ascari chicane as well, then he shouldn't have a problem, even if he's in a DRS train, to be honest. So yeah, I think Lewis Hamilton will beat Carlos Sainz as well, because I think Hamilton has the better race pace, as we'll show in a second. And I think he'll finish in P5. In regards to George Russell, I think Russell can absolutely win the race today. I think it's definitely possible. I would actually say he's got maybe not as good of a chance as Leclerc, but not too far away from Leclerc in terms of him being able to win the race today. Because if he can get Russell into the lead on the first lap, which again, because he has the inside line, is definitely possible. We saw last year, for example, with Ricciardo, who started second with Verstappen starting first. that Ricciardo, had the inside line, got the better start, and then led the Grand Prix, and then was able to keep the lead, obviously, for the rest of the Grand Prix and win. But that start that he got was absolutely crucial to him winning the race last year, was it, for Ricciardo. But if he can get into the lead on the first lap, he should have the pace to at least keep Leclerc at bay, like a second and a half behind him. And then let's say Max makes his way through past Alonso, Gasly, Ricciardo, Norris ahead of him, the midfield cars. If Max then gets a bit caught up with Leclerc for a few laps, and Leclerc starts to lose pace on the possibly the soft compound tyres, which I think we will see quite a few drivers starting on because tyre wear is not as big of an issue at this track. If Leclerc starts to, lose pace and his tyres start to degrade quite a bit more than the Red Bull of Verstappen or the Mercedes of Russell, then that could allow Russell then to build a bit of a lead, like a 3-4 second lead. And then if Verstappen eventually does get past Leclerc, then Max will still have some time to make up. So George Russell's definitely got a chance, but I do feel as though the start of the race is very crucial in determining whether he can win the Grand Prix today. Because if he does get away from the line and is second behind Leclerc, most likely Leclerc will build probably a 1.5-2 second lead over Russell. And then probably won't be able to really get close to Leclerc or get past Leclerc until at least the first and only round of pit stops, which will be probably, lap 20, lap 25, which is quite a bit into the Grand Prix. So, yeah, the start is absolutely crucial to Russell's hopes and Mercedes' hopes of getting their first win of the season. Obviously, Russell gunning for his first win ever in Formula 1. Last weekend was actually the closest he's ever got to a race win, finishing in P2. But yeah, he can win today, but again, the start of the race is very important and very crucial towards whether he actually does get the race win. But I think Russell will most likely finish in second because I think Leclerc will keep the lead on the first lap, and then I think Russell will get passed at some point by Verstappen, either during the first stint of the race or around the first and only pit stop phase. But then, because Ferrari are incompetent, I think they'll somehow screw up and Russell will get into second. Or Russell and Mercedes will just have much better race pace and find their way past anyway. So, yeah, that's why I think Russell will finish in second. And yeah, Lewis Hamilton, I think, will finish in P5. If a safety car comes out at the right time, though, for Hamilton, watch out for him, because he could get on the podium then, or even possibly contend for victory. You never know here at Monza. But what I'm going to do, as we're now through the top three teams, going to hide the timer quickly and go on to now the data from qualifying and get into the long run data from Friday, from practice 2 on Friday, and thankfully there's quite a bit of data, relevant data to get through, and then get on to my full race prediction for the for the Italian Grand Prix today. So yeah, that's what we're going to get on to now. By the way, Rook, yeah, I have had a good amount of sleep. I went to sleep about 11 o'clock last night, and I woke up at 9 a.m. this morning, so I've had about, 9-10 hours sleep. I did wake up for a bit at like 6 a.m., but yeah, I've had about 9-10 hours sleep. So I feel fine, absolutely fine, a lot better than yesterday, I can put it that way. Anyway, let's get into the data. So let's first look at, why did Ferrari end up quicker than Red Bull? Well, Sector 1 is the reason. Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc were 0.2 of a second quicker than Max Verstappen. Very impressive. And the reason that is I think a couple of reasons. One is because Red Bull are running a larger rear wing. They're running more downforce than Ferrari are, because Red Bull already have the better straight line speed with their, obviously, design philosophy. They're able to get away with that more so than Ferrari could at a track like this. Ferrari running a much slimmer rear wing, and that's why Ferrari were quicker in that first sector, which is really all about power. And also, I don't think this has been absolutely confirmed, but people were speculating quite a lot that Verstappen, because he already had his penalty for the race, that he was probably just setting his car up purely for the race rather than qualifying itself, which is definitely possible. So, yeah, that's why Ferrari ended up quicker than Red Bull yesterday. It was because of that pace in the first sector. Sector 2, pretty much equal, if not quicker than, or for Verstappen by a few hundredths of a second, say 3/4 of a tenth. And then in the final sector, it's pretty much equal between Ferrari and Red Bull. But yeah, Ferrari will be a bit harder to overtake in a straight line today than normal because they are running a much slimmer rear wing. But Ferrari, I don't think, will have probably the best race setup if it is true that, you know, Red Bull have set Max's car up and Sergio's car up purely for the race. Then I don't think that the pace we saw from yesterday will benefit them massively in the race today. Another thing to say, though, is that Mercedes' pace in the first sector wasn't too bad. I mean, compared to Ferrari, 0.3 of a second Hamilton was losing to Carlos Sainz, which isn't great. But compared to Max, it wasn't too bad, even though, yes, obviously Max was running with more downforce than you would normally here at Monza. But yeah, it still wasn't too bad. The middle sector, though, I have to say, is really where Mercedes yesterday was so slow, which is such a surprise because I thought that middle sector is where Mercedes would be pretty quick. But Hamilton, 0.6 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. Don't quite understand why the Mercedes was so slow in that middle sector. Because the only corners in the middle sector is the second chicane and then the two Lesmos. So yeah, I don't really get why Mercedes was so slow there. And then in the final sector, they're losing, 0.3 of a second with Russell, the quickest Mercedes, to Carlos Sainz, which is, I would say, expected. But yeah, it's really that middle sector where Mercedes yesterday were losing the time. But I think realistically, even if they were a lot better in that middle sector, say 0.3 quicker, which I think it probably would have been a good amount of gain and a realistic amount of gain that they should have had in that middle sector compared to what they were doing, they still would have ended up probably P5 and P6 on the grid. So it doesn't really matter, to be honest, between Mercedes, Red Bull and Ferrari. And then looking at the midfield, look out for Valtteri Bottas and Zhou Guanyu in the Alfa Romeo because their first sector time's very, very good. And also look out for Nicholas Latifi and the Williams team in general because we know their straight line speed is incredible, as we'll see in a second with the maximum top speed data. In the middle sector, I've got to say it's interesting and a bit surprising that Alpine were actually the quickest midfield team. Alonso doing a 27.5 in the middle sector, and Norris about 700 slower in that sector, which you'd expect the McLaren, honestly, to be quicker in that part of the track. But then, interestingly, the two McLarens quicker in Sector 3, which is a lot more power dominant, and in Sector 1, Norris quicker than the Alpines by, say, 0.5 to 0.1 of a second. So, yeah, a bit surprising there that McLaren were quick compared to Alpine. Maybe Alpine are running a bit more downforce than normal because they know they've already got a good amount of straight line speed. Maybe that's why, but yeah, a bit surprising there. And then the only other things to look at is Yuki Tsunoda had a good middle sector there, pretty much on pace there with Russell and the Mercedes, which is a bit surprising. Also, the two Haas is pretty good in the middle sector, but then incredibly slow in the first and third sector. Maybe Haas have set their car up a bit too much for the race. I don't know why. Because you can see in the first sector, two Haases are nowhere in terms of pace. But yeah, that's the sector times from qualifying. And then let's get into the maximum speed data. So the main speed trap you can see on the far left-hand side of your screen is at the end of the pit straight going into turn 1. The very last point before they start hitting the brakes. And the two Williamses are the quickest in that speed trap. No surprise whatsoever. So yeah, look out for them today. 8th and 10th they are on the grid. Carlos Sainz very quick there up in P3, and Leclerc You can see that in 8th is about the same speed with the speed trap there as the Red Bulls, slightly slower than Perez, but slightly quicker than Verstappen. So, again, proof that Red Bull are running more downforce than Ferrari, which will benefit Red Bull more so than Ferrari today because, you only need really the great straight line speed when you're either defending from another car or attacking another car. Because, one thing we will see today, especially at the end of the first stint and the end of the race, is tyre wear will become quite important, especially on the rear tyres, and that will help with Red Bull having that extra downforce on, especially on the rear end of the car. And then looking at Mercedes, I've got to say, their first sector lap time that they did in the first sector was quite impressive considering how slow in a straight line they were. 2 or 3 kilometers an hour slower than Leclerc and Verstappen, and compared to the two Williamses, 6-7 kilometers an hour. So, Mercedes, maybe they could design their car in a way to be a lot quicker in a straight line, but it would hurt the other areas of their car. But still impressive that they were 5th and 6th, considering the amount of straight line speed they didn't have in qualifying. And then looking at the others, McLaren looking better, I would say, with their top-end speed, which is something we have seen since their upgrade at the, I think, Belgian Grand Prix. They brought a bit of an upgrade there to cut off a bit of drag. And yeah, their top-end speed, as you can see there, about level with Alpine. Alpine, though, I still think are probably running with slightly more downforce than McLaren possibly. So we'll see how that fares in the Grand Prix itself. But McLaren have definitely improved in that area, and that's why McLaren in the last few weekends have been very quick in qualifying, because they've cut some top end or they've cut some drag off to get that top end speed up, and their car aerodynamically with that upgrade they brought at the French Grand Prix, where they brought a Red Bull like side pod, has improved the car quite a bit. And then looking at the others, the AlphaTauris look very quick in a straight line, which is good for them. Obviously, Gasly starts P5, and he has the 5th best speed trap there for the quickest speed trap. The Aston Martins, 18th and 20th, that's pretty much why they are, or why they qualified so low. 17th and 19th, or 17th and 18th, I think it was, in qualifying. So, yeah, that's why that was, because they don't have any straight line speed. And with the finish line data, yeah, Ferrari, you can see, about 3 kilometers an hour quicker than the two, or than the Red Bull of Max Verstappen, and also the two Williamses very quick to the finish line. So the Ferraris do build speed quite well. But the cars to look at today in terms of making moves through the field is obviously Perez, Hamilton, and Sainz, because they're in much faster cars, but also the two Williamses, even though they don't have a lot of downforce, they've got a lot of straight line speed, so watch out for them. Also watch out for the AlphaTauris as well, and the Alfa Romeos. And you can see Alfa Romeo had the 4th and 7th best speed in the main speed trap, so look out for Alfa Romeo as well. Alfa Romeo are 9th and 15th on the grid. Yeah, look out for them down the straights here at Monza. But now we're going to get into the long run data from practice 2 to just look at, what the general pace is looking like between all of the cars, and then I'll get onto my race predictions, which is, I would say, mostly based on this data. So yeah, let's get into it. So these are the best 3 average lap times for the 3 top teams. So Max Verstappen's average lap time in his FP2 long run was a 1:25.9. Leclerc's average lap time in FP2 was a 1:25.9, slightly quicker by a couple hundredths of a second. And Lewis's average lap time was a 26.0, only a 10th slower than those two. Now, one thing to mention is that Charles Leclerc did his long run on the soft tyre. Max and Lewis did theirs on the medium, which I think proves that the medium compound tyre is definitely the tyre that will be the best one for this Grand Prix today. And I think it does prove also that Max Verstappen does have the best pace out of anyone, because if he can do about the same lap time on average compared to Leclerc, who only did about 6-7 laps on the soft in FP2 in that long run, or longer run, then I think, if they're on the same tyre, I think Max probably goes 3-4 tenths quicker on average, to be honest, over Leclerc. So Verstappen will have the best pace out of anyone today. I don't think there's really any doubt in my mind about that. I know Ferrari are confident that the race pace they had at Spa and Zandvoort, which was quite poor, they're quite confident that they've solved that. Until I see evidence that they have, I'm not going to say anything about that. But the reason, as well, I say Mercedes are definitely a team to look out for, and there's definitely an opportunity for them to win today. I don't think they will win, but I think there is definitely a possibility of it happening. It's because, Lewis's average lap time there, 26.0, tenth of a second slower than Max and Leclerc, and Lewis was on the medium compound tyre. So look out for Mercedes. They've definitely got the pace to be close to Verstappen and Leclerc. Obviously, does help for Mercedes that the way the grid penalty situation has worked out this weekend with Russell on the front row, when obviously he ended up actually finishing 6th in qualifying. But that's why I say Mercedes have got a chance today. I don't think they will win, because I think Verstappen will have just too much pace in the end. But I think definitely they'll be in the fight for at least half of the Grand Prix, and that's why I think Russell will beat Leclerc, because I think Mercedes will have the race pace to do so. Going on now to the midfield teams, to the, higher placed midfield teams. Lando Norris, his average lap time in FP2, the long run was 26.9. Alonso, his average lap time was a 26.6. Now, I don't know any of the tyres that the midfield runners were on when they did their long runs in FP2, where I got the average lap time from. But even though Alonso starts 6th and he did finish 10th in qualifying, he did, before his lap time got deleted for a track limit violation, he did finish in 8th, which would have actually seen him 4th on the grid today if that didn't happen. So do keep that in mind, and that's why with that extra pace he had on Friday and the extra pace I think he will have today, compared to McLaren and the AlphaTauri of Gasly as well, I think Alonso will still get a pretty good finish in this Grand Prix. And interestingly, even though he starts 15th, Valtteri Bottas, his average lap time in the FP2 long run was about the same, actually quicker slightly, than Lando Norris and the McLarens. So watch out for Alfa Romeo, because Zhou starts 9th and Bottas starts 15th, and they've got good straight line speed. So Alfa Romeo might be a bit of a dark horse today for a points finish. Remember, they haven't had a points finish since a Canadian Grand Prix, which was about 3 months ago. So yeah, watch out for them in this Grand Prix. For Haas and AlphaTauri, Haas's pace quite bad, 27.4 the average lap time for Kevin in FP2. And that's quite a bit slower than those teams I just went through, McLaren, Alfa Romeo, and Alpine, and also quite a bit slower than Gasly. Gasly's average lap time in the FP2 long run was at 1:26.7, which is actually quicker by a couple tenths compared to Bottas and Norris. So it's really good, actually, for Gasly that the grid penalty situation has happened the way it has, because he starts P5, he's only got 2 midfield competitors ahead of him, Norris and Ricciardo, and if he can keep this type of pace up compared to McLaren, being about a couple tenths of a second quicker on average, Gasly could finish in 7th or 8th place today. That's definitely possible. As I'll get into in a moment, I don't think he will, but I do think he'll finish in the points, because the pace of the AlphaTauri pretty good. Also, Yuki Tsunoda's average lap time in the FP2 long run was at 1:26.9. So the AlphaTauri just in general has good race pace. And then finally for Aston Martin and Williams, Vettel's average lap time in his long run was at 27.4, and the same for Latifi in the Williams. So with Williams 8th and 10th on the grid, and Aston Martin 11th and 12th, because Aston Martin don't have the straight line speed, I think it'll be pretty difficult for Aston Martin to beat both Williamses in this Grand Prix today. So that's what I think is going to happen there. But anyway, let's get into my race prediction, my full race prediction for the Italian Grand Prix. By the way, guys, the race starts in 1 hour and 20 minutes, so don't worry, I'll get the timer back on screen in a moment. But here is my official prediction. Make sure to let me know, guys, in the live chat right now. What is your race prediction for the race today? Give me your top 5 race prediction, and I'll get into your comments soon enough. But let's quickly go through this. So what I've done is exactly what I did last week for the Dutch Grand Prix prediction. I've given my, entire order and the gaps that I think it will be between all of the cars. So I think Max Verstappen will win. George Russell finished second, 8 seconds off the race winner in the end. Leclerc third, 10 seconds off the race winner. Then, Perez fourth, Hamilton fifth, Carlos Sainz sixth. The reason I've gone for those 3 being a pit stop behind Verstappen at the end of the race. By the way, this prediction is if there is no, virtual safety cars or safety cars, if it's a green flag race the whole way through. Yeah, the reason I've gone for them being a pit stop behind is because it will take probably... for Perez, it'll take probably 10 laps at least to get through the midfield cars. And for Sainz and Hamilton, it will take probably 15 laps to get through those midfield cars from, obviously, lap 1. So by the time they get through all those cars, they would have lost quite a bit of lap time, and they won't be able to really be that close on time to the top 3, which is why I've gone for Perez 26.5 seconds off the race winner at the end, and then Hamilton half a minute, and Sainz 32.5 seconds off. I've got to say, with the Hamilton, it's a shame they couldn't repair that power unit of his from Spa, because with his pace that we've seen this weekend, Hamilton could have probably been a decent contender today for the race win. But yeah, I think he'll finish in P5, half a minute off the winner in the end. And then I've gone Fernando Alonso to finish in P7, because as I showed, Alpine have got a better race pace than McLaren, and I think he will be still able to beat Gasly, Ricciardo, and Norris ahead. And then I've got Norris 8th, Gasly just behind in 9th. And I do think that Daniel Ricciardo will finish in P10. The reason, as I go on to the rest of the order now, that I think it will finish as, is because Esteban Ocon, who starts 14th, he will finish just behind Ricciardo in that battle for the final point. But because Ricciardo starts 4th and Ocon starts 14th, Ricciardo will be able to build a bit of a gap to Ocon in the first stint of the race, even though Ocon should be able to, in the second stint, close the gap quite a lot to Ricciardo in the Grand Prix. But I think Ricciardo will end up getting in the points still. So Ocon, I think, will miss out in the end, finishing P11. And then it'll be Zhou 12th, Bottas 13th, Nick De Vries 14th, Stroll 15th, Tsunoda 16th, and then Vettel in 17th, 18th Latifi, 19th Schumacher, 20th Magnussen. The reason I've got the 2 Haas at the back is because they have the worst car this weekend. Latifi 18th because he's Latifi. And then obviously I've gone De Vries to finish in 14th because I think the cars behind Stroll, Tsunoda, Vettel, I don't think they can overtake him really because of the straight line speed that the Williams does have. Alfa Romeo have a pretty good race pace, which is why I think they'll be 12th and 13th, but not good enough to finish in the points. And yeah, that's why I go for what I have gone for there. So let me know, guys, in the live chat, what is your race prediction for today's 2022 Italian Grand Prix? And by the way, the race, starts in an hour. And let me just check. About an hour and 16 minutes. Let me just get the timer back on screen for you guys. Let me just see. There you go. So, hour and 16 minutes to go until the race begins at Monza. So let me know, again, in the live chat, what do you think is going to happen? Cut onto these pictures that you'll be seeing during the watch-along itself. And before I actually come on to your comments, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move away from that. I'm actually going to go through the rest of the teams, and then I'll come to your comments in the chat because I want to make sure I get through the teams properly before we get onto the rest of the stream. But keep your predictions coming in the chat because I will get to them before we get properly going into the Grand Prix itself. But let me get on to the rest of the teams. McLaren next. Very good qualifying, very surprisingly good qualifying, 7th and 8th again. Alonso would have finished in 8th had he not had his lap time deleted for track limit violations. I think at turn 7, I think the second Lesmo, the exit of the second Lesmo corner, I think it was. So yeah, that's why Alonso ended up finishing in 10th, and that's why he'll start 6th and not what it should be, probably 4th on the grid. But yeah, surprisingly good pace for McLaren, and the good thing to see from McLaren is that they have improved on that lack of straight line speed that they did have. It's still not improved enough to the point where they can properly fight with Alpine, I reckon, for 4th in the championship still, because I still think Alpine have a better car overall for every racetrack basically remaining on the calendar. Certainly in the races. I mean, McLaren will have the odd race where they do get a very good qualifying result compared to Alpine, like they did this weekend. Singapore, I think they'll get probably a better result there in qualifying. But yeah, good to see that McLaren have improved on their lack of straight line speed. And as I showed, I think Norris will finish in 8th and Ricciardo finish in P10. And that will result in 5 points for the team. But because I think Alonso will finish in 7th, which will be 1 point more overall for Alpine scored from this race, that means Alpine will still outscore McLaren in the Constructors' Championship. So, yeah, good qualifying, very good starting position, 3rd and 4th. I can't remember the last time McLaren had 3rd and 4th on the starting grid for a race. Don't think they did last year in 2021. I don't think they had a race where they started 3rd and 4th, or in 2020. Did they have one in 2014? Was it Button and Magnussen? Maybe? I can't remember. I don't think so. But yeah, it's been probably since 2012, the last time McLaren have lined up 3rd and 4th, or 2011 since the last time they lined up 3rd and 4th on a grid. So yeah, it's been a very long time since then, but obviously they won't have the pace to maintain that position. And as long as they get points with both cars, I think that's a good result really for McLaren, considering the lack of straight line speed they still do have compared to other teams. But yeah, I think McLaren will be fine enough just about to finish in the points. Next up for Alpine, once again, just like Zandvoort, they had good pace but had a messy qualifying session. With Zandvoort, it was just not getting the laps together at the end of Q2. Here, it was kind of the same thing. Ocon, the reason he was knocked out in Q2 was I think he didn't improve his final lap, by enough really to get into Q3. And then for Fernando Alonso, had his time deleted for a track limit violation that would have seen him qualify 8th and start this race from P4. But he starts P6 after qualifying or finishing in P10 in the session yesterday. And I think Alonso finished in P7 because he is pretty good around this track. And I think the Alpine is still better than the McLaren around this circuit. And for Ocon, like I said, because Ricciardo, who I think will finish in 10th, and Ocon obviously starts 14th, Ricciardo starts 4th on the grid. Because of that gap on the grid, I think Ricciardo will be able to build enough of a gap to to finish just about in the points. So a shame that Ocon didn't get into Q3, because if he did, he probably would have ended up starting, instead of 14th, maybe 12th, 11th on the grid. So yeah, it's a shame there for Esteban, but that's the way it is, and Esteban starts in P14. But Alpine should still have a good race, and if it ends up finishing the way I think it will, then Alpine will outscore McLaren by a point in this race and extend the gap to 25 points, which is a race win in terms of a gap to your rival team. Now got Alfa Romeo. Good pace for them with their long run pace from Friday, but not the greatest pace in qualifying itself. They were, 12th and 14th, I think they were, in qualifying yesterday. They do have a decent grid position, Zhou in 9th and Bottas 15th. The reason I don't have them finishing in the points, though, is because, obviously, Perez, Sainz and Hamilton, they're going to, get into the top 10, and that's the only reason why, really, I've got Zhou finishing outside the top 10 is because of those three who are also starting outside the top 10. If those Perez, Hamilton, Sainz were starting in their normal positions, just like with Leclerc, Verstappen and Russell, and Zhou was still starting 9th on the grid, and there were no grid penalties that caused the grid to be in that way, then I would probably say Zhou would finish in the points. But because of Perez, Sainz and Hamilton starting lower down the field, that's why I have Zhou finishing in P12 and not in P10 or higher. And yeah, Valtteri Bottas, I think, will make a couple positions up and get up to 13th. But because he's starting 15th, I don't think he'll be able to make his way through the field enough to get properly into the points. So yeah, it'll be a decent race for Alfa Romeo, but nothing special. If there are, though, a couple retirements from the top 10, then yeah, they should be then looking to get a point out of the race. The only other thing to say is fingers crossed that this team doesn't have any reliability problems, because they have had so many reliability problems this season. Obviously, Valtteri Bottas had an engine failure of some sort at Zandvoort, and hopefully that does not happen again, because they've got decent pace, and if they could just finish more races, you never know what could happen for them. Haas F1, not much to say about them. They have the slowest car this weekend, and they start, 16th and 17th? And yeah, I don't see how they have even a prayer of finishing in the top 10. AlphaTauri, pretty good weekend for them. Kind of similar to Zandvoort. I thought they would be competitive this weekend, to be honest, because this track is probably the only type of track that suits their car. It is similar to Baku, where also they were very quick, where you have long straights and then a big stop after. And Monza is similar in that way. Obviously, Baku does have a very long middle sector, which is a very downforce centric. But yeah, it's a similar track in terms of the first and third sector of Baku. And yeah, they've been very competitive here. Pierre Gasly finishing 9th in qualifying yesterday, and he starts P5. And yeah, with the pace he has and AlphaTauri has, I think he definitely finishes in the points today. And hopefully does, because you have to remember, and as you can see on your screen now, if you look to the bottom of the screen at the constructor standings, AlphaTauri are only 5 points behind Haas in the championship. Now, AlphaTauri have had quite a bad season, to be honest. They haven't scored that many points this season compared to obviously last year, where I think they scored, was it over 100 points? Can't remember exactly, but if they were to finish P7, that wouldn't be too bad of a season, considering how far they've dropped in their pace and performance overall compared to 2021. So if he does finish 9th, like I think, then he'll only be 3 points, or they'll only be 3 points, behind Haas in the championship, and probably would stand a pretty good chance at getting past Haas in the Constructors' Championship. I think, though, Alfa Romeo in 6th are probably a bit too far out of reach, to be honest. But yeah, AlphaTauri should be fine. For Yuki Tsunoda starting at the back, I did, as you saw, I predicted him to finish in, I think, 16th place. He has good pace, Tsunoda. We saw that in qualifying, and his race pace from Friday was good, but because he's starting last, I think he'll find it quite hard to actually get anywhere near the points, so that's why I think he'll finish quite low down, which is a shame for him. And finally, we'll go on to Aston Martin, and then Williams just after. Aston Martin, yeah, the reason they were so slow in qualifying is because they don't have any straight line speed. Their car in other aspects is looking absolutely fine, but if you look at their race pace from Friday, it's it's about the same as Williams and Haas, who are, generally, not that quick of a car. So, yeah, not very good at all for Aston Martin. Normally, Aston Martin, with their longer runs, do tend to be a bit quicker than those two teams, but they're on the same pace pretty much from what we saw on Friday. And the conditions today that we're going to see at the Italian Grand Prix are pretty much the same. Hot and sunny. The only difference is it is a bit less windy than it was on Friday. So, yeah, that's why Aston Martin, I think, will not get any win in the points, because they obviously aren't starting in the top 10 like they did at Spa, which did help a lot with their overall race result. But also at Spa, they did have better pace than they had or have so far here. And I don't think they'll be able to pass the Williams of Nick De Vries, which is why they'll finish 15th and 17th, I think I predicted, with the race predictions I showed a moment ago. And then finally, we'll go on to Williams. I've got to say, even though, yeah, qualifying was a bit scuffed, I guess you could say, Nick de Vries, I thought, did a good job to qualify 13th, considering he, jumped straight in, did one practice session, and then ended up out qualifying Nicholas Latifi. And if it wasn't for his mistake at the end of Q2, you never know what could have happened. He could have ended up a couple positions higher in that session. But he does start this race, his first ever F1 race in P8. So good job for him to be up in that position. And, him finishing up in 13th in qualifying is obviously what helped towards that. And I think for the first stint of the race, I think he's probably going to be in that top 10 fight. But I think because he obviously doesn't have still enough experience in not just Formula 1, but in that Williams car, I think most likely he won't have the consistent pace that Alex Albon would have to hold on and to finish in the top 10, and that's why I think he'll end up 14th in the end. To be honest, though, as long as he beats Latifi by a decent margin, I think that's a good job, and you never know, could put him in the frame for a Williams drive next year. And to be honest, if they were to replace Latifi, I know there's been talk of Logan Sargent, but I would much rather them go for Nick de Vries, because de Vries is a better driver than Sargent, and, Nick has won, the Formula 2 championship. He was Formula E champion. Was it last year or the year before? Can't remember exactly. But yeah, he's a good driver. And I think does deserve at least a chance in Formula 1 to prove himself. But yeah, we'll see what he does today in the Williams. Still a shame that Alex Albon can't race today. Obviously, he had to go to hospital and was replaced by de Vries yesterday. Because Albon, I think, has had an operation on what he... or the condition that came up probably late on Friday, which was appendicitis, which is not great. But yeah, it's a shame that he's not here, because Albon probably would end up finishing the points today if it wasn't for that. But I think they'll still have a decent race, Williams. But I don't think in the end they'll finish in the points. But those guys are the teams and how I think they'll all get on. Let me cut to these pictures now that, again, you guys will be seeing during the actual watch-along itself. And for the next half an hour or so, guys, let me know in the live chat, again, your top 5 race predictions for the Italian Grand Prix. Who do you think is winning the race today, finishing 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th? And if you want to give me your predictions for the midfield as well, let me know in the chat. But yeah, just let me know what you think is going to happen today, especially with Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes. And I'll get onto your comments in the next half an hour or so. And as well, before I do, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. So don't forget to subscribe for that. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And for everyone watching right now, make sure to... smash that like button to obviously help out the channel, and also don't forget to share this video and channel everywhere to help out the channel as well. And don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 as well to keep up with the content that I'm doing. Nib saying stop, no, waffle, oh give me a break. I think he probably wants me to just keep talking until I bring him on, because obviously I've already gone through all the teams. I think that's probably what he's meaning there. And obviously we'll wait to see what he actually says. G Walkers, I think Niblo just swallowed a waffle. Right, yeah, I'm going to get onto your comments now in the chat. Nib probably should be on in, what, half an hour? Maybe just over half an hour. I am going to quickly just look at Twitter, though, to see if there's any news I can bring you guys. And let me just have a look. And I can't see anything. Gunther Steiner saying that Mick Schumacher lacks consistency but still has his chances to earn a new contract. Obviously, that situation not sorted yet in terms of, in terms of Mick driving for them. Kevin Magnussen is definitely going to be driving for Haas next year, but Mick hasn't been officially confirmed yet. But yeah. Let's come to your comments in the chat then, shall we? Hello to all of you, by the way, in the chat. Great to see you all. M90 Regal says, interestingly, Verstappen's trap speed in qualifying was 342 or 341, 1 kilometer more than Sainz or Leclerc, if I remember right. Actually, I showed it on screen. Obviously, you said that before I showed it, so no worries about that. But yeah, he was slightly slower than Leclerc, but pretty much at the same level. But again, Verstappen running a bit more rear wing and Red Bull running a bit more wing this weekend because they already have a better car in a straight line, as we already know. So, yeah. Dane says, guys, where do you think Aston Martin and Haas will finish? As I said, I think they'll finish at the back. Moa says, where do you get all detailed data from free practices, etc.? All that data, Moas, where I get it from is the FIA website. If you go to if you click on the 2022 Formula 1 World Championship page, and then you click on a Grand Prix, and then you click on the menu, there's like a drop down, and then you click on event and timing information, then you can find all of the lap times all of the drivers have done, and all of the data itself. That's where I all get it from. And I gotta say, I really like that I brought this element to stream, because I think it gives us all a much more informed view than I used to give, say 3 years ago, when I did obviously a lot of watch-alongs and a lot of content. It gives a lot more of an informed view for me and you guys as well as to what is going to happen in said session. So that's why I obviously, go through all that data. And this morning I went through all that data, and that's why on my actual notepad I wrote down all of the average lap times for all of the drivers from FP2 in the long runs. And then obviously the ones I showed on screen, in terms of the driver and their best or their average lap time, was the quicker of the two drivers for each team. So yeah, that's what I was doing this morning in getting this stream set up. But M90 Regal says, I've just been Googling it, plus Chazza always talks about it. Yeah, if you want to find it, the best place to go is, again, the FIA website. And if you go to the actual Grand Prix event and timing information on the FIA website, you should be able to find absolutely everything. Not just, the timing information, but also race director notes, penalties, investigations, everything. Absolutely everything that the FIA publishes in regards to a Grand Prix weekend. Let me look at the chat, see if there's any more comments. And good afternoon to Lab Gorilla and Hunter as well. And let me find some other comments here if I can. Also, hello to Astro Stevo and G Walker as well. Good to see you too. Sifat says, I don't think any of it will come true. There will be a lot of DNFs crashes. Hopefully not. We have had a pretty mental weekend, I've got to say, with the support series. Red flags, safety cars. Obviously, it is a lot more common in those series because the driving quality is worse. But yeah, it's not been a great weekend of clean racing, put it that way, in the support series. Lavgra, his prediction is Verstappen to win, then Russell, Perez, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz 5th and 6th. That would be pretty bad if they finished there. Vinster, good to see you. And says, I don't see Ricciardo in the points. Rest of your predictions look good to me. And Niblo, predicting gaps between cars. You are a psycho. Probably. But the reason I predict the gaps is it's based pretty much on, obviously, the difference in the long run pace is what I look at pretty much. And then I also add in the factors of, for example, with Perez, Hamilton, Sainz, with me having them over a pit stop behind Verstappen by the end of the race, I also factored in, the amount of time they would lose coming through the pack. So, yeah, that's why I had them that far off. I mean, I'm not going to be absolutely correct all the time, but I think my prediction is about right, I guess you'd say. Tyson Fury in chat, not the real one, not the real heavyweight champion of the world, saying, I'm going to say Max first, Leclerc second, Russell third, Perez fourth, Sainz fifth, Hamilton sixth, and that's my top 6. Sean says, Toto's son Nick, going to make daddy proud and get some points. Yeah, Toto has talked quite a bit about, wanting to get Nick De Vries onto the grid, which I think, again, I think De Vries deserves an opportunity. Will he, if he got into the Williams car, would he succeed in Formula 1? I don't know. I don't think we have enough proper data from what he's done in other series against the type of competition he's had to know whether he would be properly successful in Formula 1. But I think, put it this way, if Colton Herta deserves a chance, which I think he does, and obviously Colton Herta, obviously in IndyCar, if he deserves a chance, then I think Nick De Vries deserves one as well, because De Vries, again, Formula 2 champion in 2019, and then Formula E champion in 2020, I think it was, or 2021. G. Walker says Max, Leclerc, Russell, Sainz, Checo, Hamilton for his top 6. And yeah, Rook, by the way, he has posted a couple times the grid order. So yeah, just make sure to look at that in the chat if you're wondering what the official grid order is for the Italian Grand Prix. Sean thinks Ferrari will double DNF. Let's not curse them just yet, but it is possible. Hot day, not a very muggy day, but a hot day. And obviously, this is where the power units are the most important. And at a track like this, the Temple of Speed here at Monza. So it is possible. It is definitely possible. We saw Mick Schumacher, the Ferrari-powered Haas of Schumacher, having a problem on Friday and breaking down. Then he had a problem with his car on Saturday morning as well. Astro Stevo, I hope Ferrari finally get things right, but I wouldn't bet on it. Josiah says, we've all seen how short George is in the lead. If he gets a good start and leads, he'll win. Yeah, I think he'll be fine if he was to get into the lead. I don't think we'll see him making any mistakes. With Russell, again, it is a shame that, it's a shame that Mercedes are so slow as they've been this season, because Mercedes have not just the best driver lineup on the grid, but with Russell, obviously I think Lewis Hamilton is still better than George Russell, but I think Russell is definitely a future world champion. I have no doubt about it. The only thing Russell needs is a fast enough car and obviously a competent team. If Mercedes next season return to the type of pace they had last year, then Russell will 1000% be a title contender next year. Will he win the championship? Probably not, because he's still got Lewis Hamilton as his teammate. But yeah, Russell is absolutely ready to win world championships, or at least contend for them. He's a very, very good driver. And I think, honestly, if Lewis Hamilton was to retire next year or the year after, we'll see when he retires. Hopefully he doesn't retire for a few years yet. But, if he does retire in the next year or so, British motorsport is in safe hands. There is no doubt about that. Obviously, not just Russell you have on the grid, but Lando Norris as well. But I'm pretty sure Russell will be a world champion some point in his career. We'll just see. Have to see, when that is. Let's look for some other comments. Quick. Josiah says... Niblo is saying, no, you're waffling at Mr. De Vries. I know you don't rate him, but, he's not as bad as you think. Put it that way. Josiah, his prediction is Max, Charles, George, Perez, Alonso, top 5. Obviously, Alonso has finished in the top 6 of races quite a few times this season. Was it Monaco where he finished in the top 6? No, it wasn't. It was Silverstone, France, Spa. He would have finished in the top 6 in Canada had he not had his ERS problem. Probably would have got on the podium, to be honest, if it wasn't for his ERS problem, but there you go. Carl says Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton for his top 3. Let me find some other comments here. Yeah, Carl says Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Sainz, Russell. Was a Dutch waffle that Jazz was spewing. There's Niblo. Prank says you Brits should try Waffle House. It tastes like freedom. Oh my. And Niblo also saying in chat, F2 has fallen off so mid. Yeah, compared to what it was in 2018, we had what? Russell, Norris, Albon, Latifi, De Vries. Who else did we have? Was it Markelov, who was a very good driver on the grid? Jack Aitken. I think even we had Drugovich on that grid, who obviously has ended up F2 champion. It was a very good grid, and then, yes, since then it's just got progressively worse. I think, didn't we have Yuki Tsunoda on that grid as well? So, you know, a very, very good field of drivers. It will improve, I have no doubt about it. We will have another generation of, you know, very good drivers on the F2 grid. I mean, I remember, was it 2013 or 14? We had, was it Fabio Lima win the F2 GP2 championship? And around that time, I got to say, the grid wasn't great, and then it did start to improve once we got Gasly, Giovinazzi, Leclerc about on the grid. So, yeah, just a bit of a down period for some of the quality coming through the junior formula, but there are still some good drivers on that F2 grid. Jack Doohan, obviously Mick Doohan's son, the great Mick Doohan from motorcycle racing. Teo Porcher, who I think will absolutely be an F1 driver. I have no doubt about that. He's only, 20 years old? I have no doubt about his ability to be a good Formula 1 driver. And I think, most likely, obviously, I will get onto my driver lineup predictions for 2024, probably start next season, but I think Teo Porcher will be a Sauber driver probably in 2024, or maybe just after, because he's a very, very good driver. There's no doubt about that. It's been quite unlucky as well in the F2 season. He's had, I think, 5 reliability problems, and Drugovich had 0, I think. Frank Trigg says, I predict Ferrari won't get a podium. It would be quite a special thing if they don't get a podium. Let's find some other comments here. Nibbler says, do we want to speak about De Vries just being crap in Formula E when they ran a proper format and Stoff beating him? You know, I don't know enough about Formula E to stop. But, you know, he's still, the level of Formula E drivers is still, you know, a decent level. It's not a great level. I don't think the level of Formula E drivers is as good as IndyCar, but yeah, it's still, you know, it's something. John Hawking says Russell consistently good all season. Dane is a one-stop possible in this race. Yeah, it's definitely possible, and it's what we're going to see. I think for sure in this race, the only way we're going to see a 2-stop race, I think, is if there is a safety car or a virtual safety car at the right time. By the way, I've just seen Kimi Räikkönen is in the paddock today and is at the track today, which is good to see, with his wife Mintu and his son. Is it his son? Daughter? I can't quite see there. Yeah, he's at the track today. Pantruffle, is it still being debated not deleted? If Verstappen should start P4 or P7? I heard during Drivers' Parade they're looking at it. Well, hopefully they keep it the same, because it'd be annoying for me if they've changed it. But really, they should have had this sorted out last night. It's so stupid, the system they use to do the penalties. It's just so stupid. And they've got to make it simpler and easier. What I would do is, so take qualifying, then apply the penalties, and then apply or then move the drivers around who don't have penalties around, the drivers that do have penalties to adjust. And in terms of who has or whose penalties you apply first, obviously you apply it based on, I'd say the penalties you apply first would have to be the ones that you have more grid penalties attached to it in terms of places. But I really hope Verstappen is, that he will be starting 7th, because it would be an annoying change to the grid. Not because I don't want Verstappen starting higher on the grid, but yeah, it would just be annoying, to be honest. Just looking at Twitter to see if there's any news. And actually, the FIA did actually post an hour ago the final starting grid, and it does have Max Verstappen in P7. So yeah, it's already been confirmed he's starting P7. Josiah says Norris isn't even better than Sainz. How he better than Russell? I don't think he's better than Russell, but I do think based on the last couple of years he is better than Carlos Sainz. I think Norris has performed better than Sainz in the last couple of years. Obviously Josiah responding, I think, to Mason Harp, who says, I think Norris is better. Frank Trigg says, Russell finished miles ahead in first in the 2020 Virtual Grand Prix Champs. He won every race. Norris and a few other drivers competed too. I don't think there's an absolute ton, to be honest, we can read into that, but I mean, you can read something into it, but yeah. I think, to be honest, his performance at Spa and the Williams last year, I think, tells everyone what they need to know. If he is in a proper car that can win races every weekend, I think Russell wins a lot of races in a season and possibly wins a few championships. I think he's got that ability. I would say, looking at Russell, his potential for what he could have as a Formula 1 career, as long as he has a front-running car for a good amount of his career like this other driver I'm about to compare him to, I think he has the potential to have a career like Sebastian Vettel had, in that when Vettel had a front-running car, and obviously he had the best car at Red Bull for a few years, he obviously won 4 championships, and when he had the Ferrari car, when it became a proper title-contending car, he did get close-ish to winning those championships. I think that's what Russell will be. I think he'll be a driver that, if he's in the absolute best car on the grid, I think Russell probably most times wins the World Championship. If he's in the second best car, but it's still close enough to compete properly for the championship, then it probably does depend on who he's going up against. If it's Verstappen, then Max probably comes out on top most times. But if it's Leclerc in the Ferrari, then it's probably Russell most times who comes out on top. So, yeah, I think he can absolutely achieve what, say, Sebastian Vettel has in his career, which is, 50-plus race wins, 4 world championships. I think that's definitely possible. Let's find some other comments here quick. Dane, do you think Robert Schwartzman will be in F1? Not anymore. I used to think that. I used to think he would be in F1. I think I predicted him to be on the grid in 2021. Or at least I said I thought he would be on the grid in 2021. But then I did a driver lineup prediction video earlier this year, which was, quite a bit wrong in my predictions, because I predicted Perez to leave Red Bull and move to Ferrari, Sainz to go back to McLaren, and who did I have replacing Perez at Red Bull? I think Gasly, and then Ricciardo, I think, went to Williams in my prediction. It was a bit mental, but I did have Robert. This was before Kevin Magnussen. Before Kevin Magnussen was announced as Nikita Mazepin's replacement, I had at Haas F1 for 2023 back in March being Mick Schumacher and Robert Schwartzman, but because he just hasn't had quite the junior career that I expected, that's not going to happen. It's probably going to be, Haas next year is probably going to be Schumacher and Magnussen. I don't see them dropping Mick Schumacher, because I don't think he's done enough to be dropped. I think he does deserve another year, but I think end of next year, if he hasn't really improved, then I think there's a chance he could get dropped. Luke says Charles is looking very motivated, but I think he'll need Sainz to hold Max up. Well, obviously Sainz starting 18th, so that's not going to happen. John Hawking says someone give Kimi a job as a commentator. Not sure that'd be that great, to be honest. Kimi wouldn't really say much, put it that way. If he was a commentator. Astro Steve says, hate these mechanical penalties. If it's not the driver's fault, then they shouldn't be penalised. For it, dock the team constructors' points instead. Yeah, you could do that. I think that's the only solution, is what they did, and the FIA do have precedent for this in the past, because with the Spygate scandal, they disqualified McLaren from the championship, but they kept the drivers' points, if you remember, so we could have a drivers' title fight. So they absolutely have the ability to do that, and we've seen them do it before, so I think they should do that. I think that's probably the best solution, is depending on how many grid penalties you have during a season, you get, so many points per grid penalty. Maybe, I don't know, for every grid penalty, you get 5 points docked off, or 10 points. I think that's a good solution, and then just obviously leave the drivers' points alone. I think that's, again, a good solution. Right, let's read out a few more comments here. Prank says Ferrari giving fans just enough hope to break them totally. Indeed, with them obviously starting on pole. Frank Triggs, Russell's been outperforming Hamilton this year already. I don't think he has been. I think he's been very competitive and he's been very good, Russell, but I don't think he's been better than Hamilton this season. For the first 7-8 races, yeah, I'd say Russell was probably better, but I'd say since the Canadian Grand Prix, Lewis Hamilton's been better than Russell. The only races really since then that Russell's been better, I'd say, were probably Spa, but obviously Hamilton was out on the first lap with his own, it was his own fault as to why he was out on the first lap, but that was probably the only Grand Prix where I thought Lewis was a better driver, or that Russell, was a better driver since that Canadian Grand Prix. So I think Lewis has been just about better than Russell this season. The reason Hamilton's behind Russell in the championship is because Hamilton has had a couple non-points finishes this season, and Russell has been so consistent. I think Russell has finished in the top 5 of every race this season except for the British Grand Prix, where obviously he was knocked out in the first corner of that race with that massive crash with Zhou Guanyu and I think Gasly in the AlphaTauri as well. So yeah, it's been very consistent from Russell, and that's why he is still ahead of Hamilton in the championship. A reminder, Russell is 4th in the championship. He's only 13 points behind second place. So Russell could finish 2nd in the championship, which would be a very good season if he was to do that. Let's find some other comments here. Astro Stevo, thoughts on Rick's future, please. Chazza, think he'll be on the grid next year. I did a couple of weeks ago think he would be, but now, given what I'm hearing, rumor-wise, I don't think so. I think most likely this is what's going to happen. He's going to take probably a reserve driver role at Mercedes or some other team for next year, and then I think he'll be back on the grid in 2024, but he'll probably only come back for 2 or 3 years and then he'll be gone from Formula 1 period. That's what I think will happen. But there is still a chance you could get a seat. You never know. Right, I'm going to bring Nib on in a second to the stream. Yeah, I think Ricciardo, I don't think he'll be on the grid next year, but I think he could still get on the grid for 2024. Frank Triggs, some drivers don't do well in F1, like Stoffel was awful when he got a seat. I don't think he actually was, to be honest. I don't think he was great, but I don't think he was given a chance, really. That McLaren in 2017 and 18 was absolute shit. And I think if he was given the McLaren car now, I think Van Dorn would be a pretty decent F1 driver. Not like a great driver, not like one of the top 10 best on the grid, but he would definitely be a good Formula 1 driver. But yeah, it just sucks when he got his seat. It was at the wrong time. when McLaren sunk to their absolute lowest, basically. Hamilton can't battle without crashing, like Alonso said, lol. I'm not sure about that. Gabriel says, and Hamilton only knows how to drive and start from first. Hello to DeWald in chat. Still hoping, Astro Stever says he still hoping that Ricciardo goes to Alpine. Yeah, I mean, if because at the minute it's not looking as though Alpine are going to get Gasly, even though that's who they want. Because Red Bull want Colton Herta to replace him, but if Colton doesn't get an exemption, then they're probably going to keep Gasly, meaning that Alpine will have to go probably for Daniel Ricciardo. So there's still a chance, still a decent chance, but I think most likely at the minute, again, my opinion could change based on new evidence. Probably going to be Ricciardo as a reserve driver next season, and then Gasly at Alpine, and then probably Herta at AlphaTauri, possibly. We'll see. But before I bring Niblo on, one thing I am going to do is I'm going to post the link back out for the stream. So let me just quickly do that, and then I'll bring on my co-commentator for today's Italian Grand Prix. Just want to, again, say that, the race starts in just over 30 minutes time. And remember, guys, I'll be live for an hour after the race finishes to react with you guys to the events of the Italian Grand Prix, so make sure to stick around for that as well. But let me just post the link out a couple more times, and then I'll bring Niblo on. Come join us here to watch along the race at Monza, and I'll just quickly post it out on Twitter as well. As good to see, by the way, Felipe Massa is on the grid talking with Sky F1. That's good to see. Always good to see Felipe. Yeah, let me just post it out on Twitter, then I'll bring Niblo on, and I'll have to grab my headphones in a sec. Right. 2022 Italian EP race. Watchalong live. And as well, because we've only got 30 minutes to go now, or just over, let me know in the chat if you haven't already, let me know in the chat what is your race prediction for the Italian Grand Prix today. Who do you have winning the race, finishing 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th? And if you want to give me any more predictions for the race, then go for it, and I'll make sure to get to your comments when I can. Just doing the hashtags quickly on this post. Do one more, and then hold on. And now I'll get this tweeted out, and I think I'll now bring Nib on. Before I do that, I also got to get my headphones, so let me just do that quick. And yeah, we've got 31 minutes to go, and obviously me and Nib will just go through kind of what we've already talked about, but just once again, obviously we'll get his thoughts mostly on what he thinks is going to happen today at Monza. But hold on. Let me just get these headphones on and adjust my mic and my position and everything. And I'll just bring him on a sec. And right, are you there, Nib?
I am indeed.
Right, good to hear from you. Hopefully you're doing well. How are you?
We're doing quite well at the moment. What about yourself?
I'm much better than yesterday. Nowhere near as tired as I was yesterday, after obviously staying up for the tennis on Friday night. Yeah, so obviously good to have you on. For the race today, looking forward to the race. Obviously, it's kind of like Spa, where we had, such a mixed up grid, but it's a bit more mixed up than what we had at Spa. Do you expect an exciting race today, or do you think it will just be exciting for the first half once everyone, gets back into their positions, really?
Yeah, probably the latter. I mean, usually usually when there's madness in the junior formulas leading up to the Grand Prix, we usually then have quite a tame Grand Prix. So I think that we've got all of the actual excitement out of the way already, and we're going to have probably quite a. I think we might not have the greatest Grand Prix today.
Well, obviously, let's hope that doesn't happen. We have a better Grand Prix than expected. I do tend to agree. I think the first half of the Grand Prix will be exciting, but I do think in the end, I think Verstappen will get into the lead probably by, I don't know, or say officially into the lead by, say, halfway into the race. As just see there, Leclerc on his way to the grid, I think complaining about the car bottoming out a bit more than expected. We'll see if that's an issue in the race. But yeah, let's just get straight into, obviously, the talking points of the race. We'll start with the front, well, basically the front three for this race: Leclerc, Russell, and Verstappen. Leclerc on pole, Russell second, Verstappen in P7. Even with Verstappen's grid penalty, do you think Verstappen still easily wins, or what do you think Leclerc and Russell can do if they can try and win today's Grand Prix?
It's a weird one because I think that typically Red Bull certainly have the tyre wear advantage, but because Monza is not exactly a high tyre deg circuit, I think that Max might not be able to beat Charles today. I mean, I expect Charles to win, but who knows what Ferrari can do. I'm sure they would have loved to have a nice, relaxing build up to the race, but instead they've had the president of Italy in their garage with all of his security, so a very relaxing start, of course. But yeah, I think Max certainly finishing on the podium. Whether or not he wins, I'm not too sure. Probably more depends on Ferrari and their strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll have the best pace today, but I think it's either going to be some sort of strategy blunder from Ferrari as usual, or something else going wrong for Ferrari or Leclerc that will give Verstappen the race win in the end. And then with Russell, quickly, I was saying in the build-up to the race, his pace is, or the pace of the Mercedes on the longer runs is pretty good. What do you think he can do? Do you think, let's say if he does what Ricciardo did last year, gets into the lead on the first corner, obviously he does have the inside line on the grid for turn one. If he gets into the lead and he does have that good pace and can keep Leclerc behind him by a second or so, what do you think his chances are today of winning?
I think even if he gets ahead, he won't be able to stay ahead. I mean, the Ferrari's been very quick in a straight line this weekend. And there's been a couple articles floating around that Ferrari do have the best engine still on the grid. It's mainly just comes to drag, which affects the top line speed nowadays. So I just don't think that the Mercedes will be quick enough in the middle sector to then keep the Ferraris behind the straights. I already heard you talking earlier that the Mercedes been quite weak in the middle sector, in quali at least, but who knows? The Mercedes is always really quick in the Grand Prix, so maybe, but I don't think George would be able to hold Charles behind if he got ahead.
Yeah, in the middle sector, they were losing to Verstappen with Hamilton 0.6 of a second, which is surprising considering you'd expect that to be the sector they'd be the closest to those two teams, but they were miles away. More like a midfield team, pretty much, in terms of their pace in that middle sector. But I still think, like I said, I think I'll go with Verstappen for the win still, because we know Ferrari are inevitably going to fuck up somehow. And quickly with Perez, Hamilton, Sainz, if there's a safety car, then they could probably get in that fight with the top three. But are you expecting them to get anywhere near closely to the top three?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on safety cars and virtual safety cars, really, doesn't it, with those lot? But I think that probably Hamilton will be the closest to the top three out of himself, Sainz, and Perez. Would you agree?
Well, I'm gonna go for Perez only because he starts, I think six positions higher than Hamilton. And Hamilton should have better pace, but I think Perez, because he has the better track position, he'll be able to keep Hamilton at bay. But yeah, I think without a safety car or a virtual safety car for long enough, I don't think there's going to be really any way those three teams get close to, or those three drivers get close to the top three that it should be for the race, which is Leclerc, Russell, Max, in whatever order it will be. For the midfield, quick, so you got Norris third, Ricciardo fourth, and then Gasly fifth, Alonso sixth, and then obviously you got De Vries and Latifi, the two Williamses in the top 10. We'll start quickly with McLaren, and then Gasly, Alonso. Good to see, by the way, obviously Ricciardo finishing 8th in qualifying and starts 4th, only 2 positions worse on the grid than last year. How surprised are you at the pace of McLaren and Ricciardo, and how do you think that battle's going to play out today between Norris, Ricciardo, Gasly, Alonso?
The usual's going to happen. Ricciardo is going to fall back through the field and not finish in the points.
Really?
It's just the reality. It's just the reality of what will happen.
Well, I'm surprised by that.
So I would love to be here. Like, yes, Ricciardo's going to get a podium. It's just not realistic anymore. I hate to be like this, but I just don't see Ricciardo doing much today. I mean, hopefully some nice overtakes, as you know, it's certainly possible for him at this circuit. But I just personally don't see him staying in the points today. I think Norris will. I mean, Alonso's certainly going to be scoring some good points today. I'd expect him to certainly maybe stay ahead of Sainz, but I mean, not too sure about what's going to happen in the midfield today. Who knows? Nick De Vries, we could have the Dutch Civil War going on today. Who knows? Who knows what can happen? I mean, Stroll, knowing him, he'll be in about 8th after the first lap because he's always having insane starts. But I mean, the Aston Martins are horrifically slow in a straight line. They're slower than an F2 car in a straight line.
I saw that on Twitter, yeah.
So I don't really see how on earth they're going to be staying ahead. And the Haas's are probably going to finish about 4 laps down because I've not seen Haas this bad for quite some time.
Pretty much, yeah, since last year. By the way, with that tweet I was talking about, it was someone did a tweet about, I think it was I can't remember who it was actually, but it was about how I think Clement Novalak went about 15 kilometers an hour quicker into a speed trap in one of the corners, probably because he went just massively deep, and was actually like 7 kilometers an hour quicker in his F2 car than the Aston Martin of Sebastian Vettel yesterday that did like 328, 329 kilometers an hour. So yeah, quite incredible, that little stat, I guess you could say. But it just shows the Aston Martin is so poor on the straight line. I mean, I predicted Alonso, Norris, Gasly, Ricciardo to be the midfield drivers in the points. In terms of surprises, what drivers would you look at that could finish in the points other than, say, Alpine, McLaren, and maybe AlphaTauri?
I was about to say Ocon, considering he's 14th, but you've ruled that out. I think that the only teams possible of getting points from the midfield, well, you've just ruled them all out. So that question's pointless.
Quickly though, one thing I do want to talk about with you is, and I want you to explain to the audience, is why do you not rate Nick De Vries?
Here we go. Okay, so what was everyone's main criticism of Zhou Guanyu coming into this season? Oh, he's done 3 years in F2. Oh, how many years has Nick De Vries done in F2? Oh, that's right, 3 as well. And an incredibly mid period, I've got to say, of F2, where the quality wasn't exactly the best. I mean, obviously, he was on the grid when you had Leclerc coming through as well, when Leclerc won the championship, but there wasn't quite the depth of there has been the last few years, not this year, but the previous couple of years in F2, right? Then he wins Formula E, which of course you will slander until the cows come home.
Yeah.
And then you're using that as a point. And with the format that FE had been running previously, it suited for qualifying. Didn't matter as much as what it did in this year's format, and that's why you saw Stoffel Van Dorn comfortably winning the championship this year, and he had nearly 100 points more than De Vries, I think it was. This year, I mean, hey, if he does a remarkable result today, then fair enough. Maybe he does deserve a spot on the grid, but I just think there are better drivers out there, younger, talented drivers out there. You got to remember, De Vries is 28. I mean, come on, give Logan Sargent or Mr. Dillon the spot.
I will say, Doohan, I've seen the last few results of him. He is a good driver, and hopefully he'll be a driver in F1 soon. And that'd make, 3, if Ricciardo was to stay around, 3 Aussies on the grid, which I don't think we've ever had before, or at least not since the 70s or something like that. But with De Vries, obviously, won the F2 title, and the year he won it, the quality of the field wasn't as good. The year before he won it, we had, Russell, Norris, Albon, and then obviously Latifi, who's on the grid now, Aitken, Markelov, drivers like that. It was a very high-quality grid, or certainly in the upper parts of the grid. Would you say, because there's some drivers on the field that I'd be interested to get your opinion on, would you say he's better than Zhou De Vries?
Yeah, I would.
And then what about Schumacher and Tsunoda?
Although I got to say, Bottas has been a bit disappointing at stages this year. I mean, Zhou was quicker than him at Zandvoort. I mean, Zhou hasn't been fantastic, that's for sure. But I mean, he's had some decent races. I mean, I think the real driver that really should have been on this grid is Callum Ilott.
Yeah.
He has been done so dirty. I mean, he starts second, I think, in the IndyCar race later tonight. Of course, the championship decider over in the States. So hopefully he does well in that race. But yeah, I mean, Ilott is better than all of them, in my opinion.
Yeah, he was definitely done dirty, and I think I think he should have been considered for that Alfa Romeo seat for this year instead of Zhou, to be honest, because he was didn't he do a couple practice sessions with Alfa Romeo in the last couple years?
He was certainly meant to do the one at the Nürburgring, but we had the fog where he couldn't do that session, if you remember.
Well, I think that weekend was the 2-day weekend, actually, where we had, I think Friday, there wasn't any Friday practice, so we only had one practice session, if you remember, on the Saturday. I think we had that in 2020 a couple of times, and then qualifying, and then the race, so I think that's why he couldn't do it then. Yeah, I remember there was a fog problem there as well. Yeah, there was another race where I thought he was supposed to, might have been Portugal, I can't remember exactly. But, yeah, he definitely deserves to be on the grid. We'll see, obviously, what Nick De Vries does in this race. As long as he finishes 12th, 13th, something like that, I think that's a pretty good result considering he's, just jumped into the car the weekend. And I know he's driven the car before, I think earlier this season, possibly, or last season, I can't remember exactly. But it would still be, I think, a good job if he was to finish in a position like that. But we've got, 15 and a half minutes to go until the race begins. So my race prediction is Verstappen, Russell, Leclerc, and then Perez, Hamilton for the top 5. What are you going for, Nib?
I think George Russell's going to win the Grand Prix today.
Even though you just said he won't be able to hang on for victory.
Yeah. I know I did say that, but I don't know. I do fancy George for some reason. This is more heart predictions than brain, even though
Yeah, definitely.
like I'm not a big fan of Mr. Tory. So I'm gonna go with George winning from. Oh, I don't know. The grid's so mixed up. Let me get the grid up again to have a look. I hate when you do. I don't know how you do gap predictions.
Well, I base it on the long run pace from Friday,
you,
so.
Yeah, but you're a psycho still. So
yeah, definitely.
Russell from Verstappen. Leclerc in third, Norris in fourth, Hamilton in fifth. I don't know, something like that.
Well, we'll see if you're right. I mean, you could be. The last two Italian Grand Prix have been absolutely mental. Obviously, McLaren won 2 last year, and then the year before we had Gasly winning the AlphaTauri, and then Sainz, Stroll, Norris, Ricciardo. I think the top 5 was that race.
Yeah, some madness.
And then I think the year before we had Ricciardo and Hulkenberg finishing in the top 5. This Grand Prix does tend to be a bit more favourable to the midfield team. So you never know, could happen, and I could be wrong. If we do get a few retirements and some safety cars, you never know what could happen here at Monza. But guys, let me know in the chat. We've got 13 minutes or so to go until the race begins at Monza. Let me know in the chat. What do you think is going to happen in today's 2022 Italian Grand Prix? Give me your top 5 race prediction if you have not already. And I'll get to your comments in a moment. Just want to say again, before we get into the race, if you have not checked out this channel before, we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. So don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you do it right there. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button if you haven't already. And share this video and channel everywhere you can. I'm going to come to the live chat, though, to see what you guys are saying. Prank says, I like Chaz's prediction today. Patrick says, Verstappen, Russell, Leclerc, Perez, Norris for the top 5. Bravum says, Verstappen will be leading by lap 15. I'm hoping it's not as anticlimactic as Spa, because Spa was a bit too easy. I was hoping it'd take about 10 laps longer for that to happen, what happened at Spa. Let's find some other comments here. The Cricket Badger says, predicting a controversial collision today, possibly at the start. Hopefully there is no big collisions. And we've had a couple, quite a few actually, this weekend in the support series. There was quite a bit of controversy in the F3 race earlier, which I don't think I was awake for. I might have been, but I just didn't tune into it. Where there was a red flag and then a big crash at the end, and then they had to work out how the championship finished, because I think there was like a 6-way title decider in the F3 earlier. Obviously, the F3 season came to an end this morning. The F2 season is got 1 race left, I think, in Abu Dhabi, I think it is. And the F2 championship has been decided. Felipe Drugovich is the F2 champion. And then probably Teo Porcher will finish second. Yeah, absolutely. He is hoping, Felipe, to secure a reserve driver role. Looks as though if he does, it's probably going to be Aston Martin, maybe another team, but it looks like he might get an Aston Martin reserve driver role, because that's, I think, one of the teams he's been in discussions with. But yeah, I think, look, Felipe's a good driver as just a general racing driver, but for Formula One, he's definitely, I don't think, good enough. And I even though he's beat Porcher, he's not as good as Teo Porcher, because Porcher's had 5 DNFs, I think it is. Yeah, 5 reliability failures, something like that. So yeah,
and always gets crashed into by the absolute clowns that race in that formula.
That's one thing I was actually saying a couple minutes ago with Porcher, that I still think he'll be on the F1 grid, and I think he'll be driving for Sauber in 2024. Obviously, they'll become Sauber in 2024 because Alfa Romeo's deal ends at the end of 2023. Do you think that? Do you think he'll replace Joe most likely for 2024?
Yeah, yeah. There's no. I mean, if they don't put him in that car, I mean, he'll probably get snapped up by another team if he performs like we'd expect him to perform next season in F2. And I know it is a little bit hypocritical because it will be his third season in F2, but he is more than good enough to be on the F1 grid.
Yeah. And isn't he? How old is he? Is he 19 still or 20? Something like that. I think he was 18 when he started in F2, wasn't he? And then he won the F3 title at 17.
Yeah, just let me check. I can see how old the Frenchman is. He's 19. He turned 19 a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so there you go. So yeah, he's definitely good enough. I don't think there's any doubts about that. And if Sauber are partnering up with Audi in 2026, which is the rumour, then I think a Bottas-Pourchaire lineup would be... if Bottas obviously is still good enough at that point, that'd be a pretty decent lineup for them. Even in 2024 when they still have Ferrari power units.
I think Bottas will be more likely in the pro peloton at that stage than on the F1 grid.
Possibly, yeah. Brabamos says Max Leclerc, Russell, Alonso, Norris for their prediction. Ninke Bolt says Verstappen, Russell, Norris. Frank Trigg says Verstappen, Russell, Perez, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton. And I think that's all of the predictions. I can read out the minute. Bravos says 2024 doing. Finally, we'll talk about him. Yeah. Do you think... Because there was comments from Laurent Rossi, the infamous Laurent Rossi, that he wants to see Jack Doohan on the grid. F1 grid, or he's going to try and get him on the grid. Do you think Jack Doohan's going to be on the grid for 2024, possibly?
You've got to laugh at Alpine.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we want our young driver to be on the grid. Oh, but in another team, because that worked out so tremendously well, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, they're funny. They're very funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if Doohan should be on the grid next year. I don't know.
It depends how he does in F2, doesn't it? If he wins the title, I think he probably gets on the grid, doesn't he?
Well, he can't win the title now, of course, but because it's over.
Oh, for next year, I meant.
Yeah.
Which,
yeah.
I mean,
he can be good enough. I know. I've not watched a lot of F2 this year because it's fallen off.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been boring.
Yeah,
I'm sick of the reliability issues that series has.
Yeah, it's
a joke.
It's very annoying. I did see Doohan win at Spa, and he won by quite a few seconds. I think 3 or 4 seconds at least, or maybe even 5 seconds. It was like an easy win. I think that was in the feature race as well. It was a really dominant win, and then he had did he win? I think he might have won one of the races last weekend as well. So yeah, he's had a very good end to the season, and he's probably going to finish
pole this weekend.
Yeah, he got pole as well. So yeah, good. A good season, end to the season for him. Anyway, let's forget about those drivers and let's go on with the build-up, the final bits of build-up for the Italian Grand Prix, as the formation lap will be in about 7 minutes' time. So get ready, guys, for the Italian Grand Prix. And I'm going to get into the final bits of build-up now, so I'll quickly hide the timer and get into some stats, the grid order, and the championship standings you need to remember going into the race here at Monza. Let me just get into those stats now, and we'll start with Red Bull, and I'll just scroll them up quickly. Max Verstappen, remember, has never won the Italian Grand Prix or even finished on the podium here. He did finish third here on track in 2018, but was given a penalty for contact with Valtteri Bottas. Red Bull's last win at Monza was in 2013 with Sebastian Vettel, a comfortable win that day. Vettel and Max needs to outscore P2 in the World Drivers' Championship by 21 points in the next 2 races combined to win the World Championship. Currently, Leclerc is P2. So if Leclerc is still P2 in the championship by the checkered flag in Singapore, if Max outscores him by 21 points in this race and Singapore combined, then he'll be champion in Singapore. But if he doesn't do it in Singapore, then I think he only needs like 4 or 5 points at the Japanese Grand Prix to officially wrap it up, as long as he does beat Leclerc in the next couple of races, or at least in one of the races coming up. for Ferrari. Charles Leclerc does have a one race win here at Monza from 2019. What a race win that was for him. Ferrari have won twice here at Monza since 2010. Obviously, Fernando Alonso winning in 2010 for Ferrari. And their last win, Ferrari, was in Austria 5 races ago, where they were much quicker than Red Bull, but still just about got that win despite some reliability issues for both drivers. For Mercedes, watch out for them, of course. Lewis Hamilton has won the Italian Grand Prix 5 times previously. His first win here was in 2012 with McLaren. Mercedes have won the Italian Grand Prix 5 times since 2014. You should say won with that stat there, but I just forgot to put it for whatever reason. Mercedes, though, despite having great success here at Monza, their last win here was in 2018 with Lewis Hamilton, one of his best wins of his career, that win at Monza. And also, make sure to look out for Aston Martin today, because they have had a good record here when they were also Racing Point and Force India as well. And they do have, despite not having the best car for this weekend, they do have a decent grid position of P11 and P12. Sebastian Vettel, who starts P11, he has won the Italian Grand Prix twice and took a further 3 podiums. Hasn't, though, scored a point at Monza since 2018, so he's looking to break that record today. And Aston Martin / Racing Point / Force India have finished inside the top 7 of races here since 2015. Lance Stroll as well has a very good record here. Stroll was 7th here last year, 3rd in 2020, 9th in 2018 in the very bad Williams car that finished last in the championship, and in 2017 his first race here in F1 finished in P8. So watch out for Lance Stroll, especially at this Grand Prix. And we'll get into the championship standings to remember ahead of this Grand Prix. Max Verstappen leading by 109 points from Charles Leclerc second. Perez third, level on points obviously, but Leclerc second because there's more race wins. Russell only 13 points behind in 4th. Sainz in 5th with Lewis Hamilton in 6th. And then Norris 7th, Ocon 8th, Alonso 9th, and Valtteri Bottas in P10. And then on the constructor side, Red Bull leading by 135 points from Ferrari. Mercedes only 30 points behind, so if they can win today, that would close significantly to the Scuderia. Alpine 24 points clear of McLaren in the battle for 4th. Alfa Romeo 6th there. Haas in 7th. AlphaTauri only 5 points behind Haas in 8th. Aston Martin 9th, only 4 points behind the AlphaTauri team, and Williams last on 4 points. But let's now get into your official starting grid for the Italian Grand Prix. The front row, Charles Leclerc and George Russell. Leclerc starting on pole here for the second time in his F1 career. On the second row, it is the 2 McLarens of Lando Norris and Daniel Ricciardo. Ricciardo obviously won this race last year. On the third row, Pierre Gasly, who has won this race in 2020, and Fernando Alonso, who won this race twice before. An all-Dutch fourth row. I don't think we've ever had an all-Dutch row of the grid. Max Verstappen in P7, Nick de Vries in P8. On the fifth row, it is Zhou Guanyu and Nicholas Latifi. And then in P11, P12, the 2 Aston Martins of Sebastian Vettel and Lance Stroll. 13th and 14th, the ex-teammates from Force India and Racing Point, Sergio Perez and Esteban Ocon. 15th and 16th, it is Valtteri Bottas and Kevin Magnussen. 17th and 18th, Mick Schumacher and Carlos Sainz. And on the back row of the grid, Lewis Hamilton and Yuki Tsunoda. That is your starting grid for today's Italian Grand Prix. And let's now get rid of this stuff and get my other graphics ready. And you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, that is the starting grid there. I'll just adjust this picture a bit and get the not that ticker, the other ticker up. There you go. And obviously it is a 53-lap Grand Prix. And the formation lap will be getting going in a minute or so from now. And once we know what tyres people are starting on, we'll let you guys know. As formation lap about to get underway. And we're just looking at the starting grid now, and yet Leclerc on pole. It should be, because tyre wear, as Nib said earlier, and as I've said it a few times this weekend, tyre wear not that significant here, so I'm not expecting everybody to be on like medium tyres. I think we're going to get some soft tyre runners definitely at the start. The medium compound tyre though will be, I think, the best tyre of choice, and the tyre that they all move on to at some point. Go on, Nib.
We got a little bit of info. Leclerc is on the soft, as long with Russell and Verstappen.
Right, yeah. And no surprise there. As the president of Italy watching the Grand Prix alongside Stefano Domenicali, obviously the boss of Formula 1. And I will get the tyre information properly on screen, probably 2 or 3 laps into the Grand Prix. And there you go. So Leclerc, Russell on the soft, Verstappen, De Vries on the soft, Ocon on the soft, everybody else on the medium. So there you go. I'm absolutely fucking wrong as usual. As the formation lap will be underway in just a second. I'm always wrong.
That's great. That's great. Just to see a whole, basically yellow, just on the entire left-hand side of my screen. Oh, dear.
And the formation lap gets underway now. And Leclerc leads them away. And this formation lap should take about a couple minutes to complete for all the drivers. And 53-lap Grand Prix. If there's no safety cars, this should be a pretty fast Grand Prix. This Grand Prix actually has a record of being one of the fastest, I think, ever completed. Or the fastest completed. Normally, races here in other years can take, an hour and 35, hour and 40 minutes. When, with the cars being so quick as they are, this race could only be an hour and a half long. When I think normally races are about an hour and 45 minutes. And according to Pirelli, the predicted pit stop strategy is either soft to medium or medium to hard, depending obviously on what tyre you start on. As Leclerc already into, I think, the first Lesmo on this formation lap. And as it just says on screen there's been more Grand Prix at Monza than any other circuit in the history of Formula 1. It's been around since, I think, the 1920s, this circuit. Obviously, they used the banking for quite a long time, up until, I think, the 70s did Monza. Carlos Sainz still at the start of the lap on his formation lap. That's Leclerc and Russell.
Got a bit of a...
Go on.
Sorry, just cut you off. I've got a bit of a funny interaction over Mercedes team radio. Peter Bonington saying, just a reminder, I won't tell you, last car approaching the grid for obvious reasons. And Hamilton's like, where are the lights? I see them now. So, a little bit odd for Hamilton and Mercedes for them to be right at the back.
Yeah, and obviously he doesn't know that there's those like side lights that you get, I think, halfway down the grid. I think it is. Just so everyone knows. I think back in the day they never used to have those things, so pretty difficult back in the day when there was like 30 cars on the grid to know when the races actually started. But Leclerc and Russell already, I think, on the pit straight now and are about to begin, or at least line up in their grid positions. As, they're just coming, the back of the field just coming round Parabolica. I think that's Carlos Sainz there in the Ferrari, just coming through Parabolica now. Now we're looking at Max Verstappen. And I think it's the right choice, him being on the soft, because he will need to get past those midfield cars as quickly as possible. So, just like Spa, where he started on the soft tyre, needs to get past quickly as possible. That's the front half of the field line up on the grid. And we are about to get ready, guys, for the Italian Grand Prix. Get ready for what is going to be a very exciting first half of the race. As Ferrari, Red Bull, and Mercedes all await the start of this Grand Prix. And let's see what is going to happen as Lewis Hamilton lines up in 19th and Tsunoda in 20th. So can Charles Leclerc for the home team Ferrari win the Italian Grand Prix? Let's see. 3 lights, 4 lights, and 5 lights are on. And it's lights out and away we go. And very poor start there, I think, for a McLaren of Lando Norris as George Russell almost alongside Leclerc there. But Leclerc does keep the lead. And I think it's Ricciardo in 3rd. And Russell has gone across the escape road, but he keeps 2nd. And Gasly's 4th with Verstappen in 5th. And an Alfa Romeo there also jumping across the escape road. And Verstappen here has to pass Gasly into the 2nd chicane if he can. And then that'll be up for him to P4, but no, he doesn't get past. And there's an Alpine there, absolutely sending it into the second chicane. And going to go around the outside of the Williams there. Yes, just about. And thankfully, no contact has been made. And they all get through just about fine. As the McLaren there, I think, of Norris, got cars all over the back of him. And yeah, it is Leclerc, Russell, Ricciardo is third. And then you've got Gasly in fourth, with Max Verstappen fifth. And Fernando Alonso in sixth. As Verstappen passes Gasly down the inside into Ascari for fourth place. Norris is actually up to sixth place now, so he got back ahead there of Alonso. And then you've got De Vries 8th, Zhou 9th, Sebastian Vettel is up to 10th. I'll do the rest of the running order in a moment, as we're now on lap 2. And Verstappen already all over the back of Ricciardo. What a start for Verstappen. And he is now up to third in this Grand Prix. And he only has a second or so to the car ahead of him, which is George Russell. And there is the two Aston Martins there side by side. And Stroll, that was overtaking Vettel, as Perez there and Sainz making contact on the exit of the first chicane. Sainz kind of squeezing him there. Perez now gets back in the slipstream. Will he make a move on Sainz? I don't think he will, as an Alpine there, I think overtaking a Haas, or maybe protecting position there. But it is Leclerc, Russell, Verstappen, or I've accidentally put Verstappen up to second. It's Leclerc, Russell, Verstappen, and then Ricciardo, Gasly, Norris, Albon, De Vries, Zhou, and then Stroll in P10. Nib, I'll let you take us through the start.
Yeah, well, before we get to the start, I tell you what, the Aston Martins are incredibly lucky, because they did exactly what Hamilton and Verstappen did last year, but they were just about able to avoid going into the gravel trap. So the Aston Martins have a history of getting a little bit feisty at this Grand Prix, but as we're watching the start, there was a lock-up there which forced Russell to go off. And I swear Hamilton's just driven over the speed hump on purpose there, just to make sure he didn't get involved in any contact at all.
Smart decision, honestly.
A smart tactic, yeah, that's for sure. As a slower reaction time for Russell, but he actually still got quite a good start, trying to go around the outside. But Leclerc went as deep as he possibly could, and he did force him off the track there, as he just pushed me wide. As George claims, but good to see that Charles learnt. Oh my lord, that is one of the worst starts I've seen from Lando. Not quite rivaling Kimi Raikkonen's start here. Yeah. I can't remember what year that was, but still quite a horrific one for Lando. But then he was able to recover quite well and stay ahead of Alonso after actually falling behind him.
Yeah, poor start there, as there was contact there between, I think, Bottas and Tsunoda, I think it was. And maybe Schumacher as well. And we're now saying, oh, what was that? Something falling off the Alfa Romeo there? I didn't quite see that. But something
there's some bodywork that flew off.
As Ricciardo in the background has got Gasly all in his slipstream, as Max Verstappen has already done a fastest lap of the race, so Red Bull definitely got the pace. And yeah, going to be interesting to see if Ricciardo can hang on to fourth into turn one. Chances don't look great, if I'm being honest, but just want to do the order quickly. So you've got the top 10 is correct, then Vettel 11th, Ocon in P12 as Gasly's got DRS on Ricciardo, but he's not going to make a move into turn one. He's not close enough. Ocon, is P12. And then you've got Magnussen in 13th with... Sainz is now 13th in the Ferrari. And then Magnussen is 14th with then Perez in P15. Latifi had a horrible start, went from 10th down to 16th place, which he is at the moment. And then you've got Tsunoda in P17. Schumacher 18th, Hamilton 19th still, and Bottas in 20th position. As look at this, Verstappen already has DRS on the back of Russell, and surely he's going to overtake him here, because the Red Bull is a lot quicker in a straight line, and just a lot quicker.
I'm changing my prediction.
Yeah.
Verstappen will win the Grand Prix.
Yeah. I think that's pretty clear to see that he's definitely the quickest car out there today as we're about to begin lap 5. By the way, I'll get the tyres and who's on what tyres on screen, guys, when I can. Just want to see Verstappen here if he overtakes Russell into turn 1 as they begin lap number 5. And Verstappen in the slipstream, not gaining massively at the minute, but now he is down to turn 1. Will he go for the move? Russell doesn't even defend. And Verstappen up to second. And if you're wondering why Russell didn't even defend, he did actually say in the build-up to this race that he thinks Max is just going to be too quick today for everyone. So that's why he didn't defend position there. So Max is up to second and 2.1 seconds behind Charles Leclerc, who is leading the Italian Grand Prix. But let me just try and do some of the tyres here and get them all correct. And a replay of Verstappen passing Russell. Nib, how quickly do you think Verstappen gets onto the back of Leclerc?
It actually seems like that. Even as Max was catching up to the back of George, that Charles and Max were on a pretty similar pace. So I think perhaps once we come into the second half of this first stint, then we might see Max starting to catch up to the back of Charles. But I don't know, just need to see a little bit more live timing data, as Ricciardo is about a second slower in the middle sector than the top 3. So that's why there is such a significant gap already between the top 3 and Ricciardo.
Yeah, Ricciardo just about holding his own as Carlos Sainz is already up to P11. The tyres, by the way, on the left-hand side are not correct. I still have to do them yet. We've got a few things happening. We're now on to lap 6. And Carlos Sainz has overtaken Sebastian Vettel. And he's already overtaken Stroll. Sainz already in the top 10 on lap 6. What a start for Sainz. He's really flying through this field. So Sainz up to P10. And then Stroll 11th, Vettel 12th. It looks as though Perez is going to try and pass Ocon here. Going round the outside of Curva Grande. And now probably down the inside. Yeah, he does for the second chicane. So Perez is 13th with Ocon 14th. And then you've got Magnussen. Go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, there was nearly contact between Perez and Ocon at turn 1. Perez stuck his nose there, and quite fortunate that Ocon wasn't a terrorist for once.
Yeah, thankfully, they're in much different situations now. Ocon smartly not fighting it as hard as he would do maybe in other periods of time, as we're about to begin.
If he was Alonso.
Yeah, if he was Alonso, indeed. As we're about to begin lap 7, I'm still trying to get the tyres correct for you guys. And yeah, the top 12 there, in terms of who's on what tyre, is now correct. And Pierre Gasly still stuck behind Ricciardo, and there is quite a big train of cars behind Ricciardo. Of what? Gasly, Norris, Alonso, De Vries, Zhou and Sainz. That is the train. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Aston Martins, obviously Perez, he'll get on the back of that train, I'm pretty sure, pretty soon. As there's also a bit of a train behind Kevin Magnussen. Lewis Hamilton he's passed Mick Schumacher, but he's only 18th. He's not having a great race so far. But yeah, let me just do the tyres quickly. So Perez is on the medium. Ocon is on the soft in 14th, and then everybody else is on the medium compound tyre. So let me just update that quickly. No surprise, really, there's a big train behind Magnussen because the two Haas's are very slow around this track, as it looks as though Red Bull are preparing for a pit stop, which is surprising, as Leclerc does a new fastest lap on now lap 8 out of 53. And let's see whether Red Bull do a pit stop. Verstappen, by the way, 1.9 seconds behind Leclerc, so the gap hasn't really come down at all. And Sainz here, is he going to go down the inside of Zhou into turn 1? Yes, just about. And Perez does pit, by the way, for Red Bull. And Carlos Sainz up to P9. Don't know what tyres Perez went on to there, as there's quite a bit of smoke there coming out of his front right tyre. His brakes are on fire, I think. Hopefully that's not an issue that continues on. But Perez now last, but got his pit stop out of the way. But he's now, in 20th position. And Carlos Sainz is up to P9. As we're looking at Verstappen. Oh no, we're looking at Sergio Perez, and his brakes are still on fire. Has he got a problem here, Nib, or is it just going to go away? I'm not sure.
I haven't as Scooby-Doo, Chaz, but Leclerc said strange thing out of the engine out of turn 5. So that's not what you want to hear if you're Ferrari. If you are a Ferrari fan, there we go.
Yeah, not what you want to hear. He does talk about that a lot, though, I've noticed on the radio. Perez's brakes still on fire. So maybe he has a problem here. Maybe there's something stuck in there or something. I don't know. But let me just quickly do the tyres at the very back. Because you've got the people towards the back on the mediums. And then Sergio Perez is on the hard, as Ricciardo still in P4. Max Verstappen is starting to gain on Leclerc, but it's only by, a tenth here or there. Or 2 tenths, on that lap. It's not by much, so Max is not exactly honing down on Leclerc. Carlos Sainz has overtaken Nick De Vries, so Sainz is up to P8. Very good race from Sainz so far. He's probably going to get through all of these cars, to be honest. As he's the next car is Fernando Alonso in the Alpine, who is obviously stuck behind Norris, Gasly, and Ricciardo. And let me just correct that. Obviously, Sainz is on the medium. And then you've got, not Alonso. You've got De Vries on the soft, as Sainz closely following Alonso through the final corner. We are now on lap 10 out of 53. And Sainz already passing Fernando Alonso for P7. So Carlos Sainz is up to 7th and is, looking very good in this Grand Prix. Also, Lewis Hamilton is up to 15th place now, and he's right behind Yuki Tsunoda, say 3 tenths of a second behind him. I'll keep you updated on what Hamilton does, but he's not having a good Grand Prix. Obviously, it doesn't help with Hamilton that they don't have great straight line speed. Do Mercedes, and he did talk about how it was going to be a bit annoying today, having to find his way past in the DRS trains. But Tsunoda, thankfully, doesn't have DRS on anyone ahead of him. So that should be an easy enough overtake. And Leclerc on the radio again. Not sure why. Verstappen, by the looks of it, it's closed the gap quite a bit. I can see Leclerc just ahead of him in that little square box they're showing. And Verstappen looks definitely... he has. He's closed the gap to 1.2 seconds. Here we go. Verstappen starting to turn up the pressure. And Red Bull starting to turn up the pressure on Ferrari. As Ricciardo still keeping 4th. Carlos Sainz, I don't think, is going to go for a move down the inside of Norris. Nope, he is. And he gets the position. Norris is very kind, though, in letting cars through in a race that are much quicker. So, Sainz up to P6. Esteban Ocon has overtaken Sebastian Vettel for P12. And Lewis Hamilton... Sebastian Vettel's dropped to 15th now, interestingly. I just need to update that Magnussen has actually dropped down the order a bit. And then you've got Tsunoda 13th, Hamilton 14th. And that's the problem, Nib. Vettel's engine's gone. What a disaster Sebastian Vettel, that's a pretty big engine failure, isn't it?
Yeah, that's full blown one.
Yeah, that's more of an old school one. So Vettel, he's out of this race. I'll make sure to put on the side of the screen that he is retired when I can. And yet Vettel gonna pull over here. He should be able. They should be able to pull that car beyond the barrier without it causing a virtual or a full safety car there. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, up in a good spot.
Yeah, marked there by Sebastian. As we're now on lap 12 out of 53. And Sainz overtaking Gasly. Go on, Nib.
Yeah, it might be a virtual safety car, though, still, because it's in a DRS zone.
Possibly, yeah. We'll see. Yeah, virtual safety car. Leclerc and Verstappen, though, only, I think, halfway round the lap, so don't think they'll be able to go for a pit stop yet. Ferrari mechanics are ready, though. To be honest, if I was Ferrari, I wouldn't pit him, because I don't think, if they pit him now for what would be his only pit stop, I think that put them at risk for later on. Because, yeah, I think Verstappen would have much fresher tyres then. I mean, if Leclerc pits now, he will come out in third place, but I don't think it would help them towards the end of the race, but we'll see what they decide to do. But let me just, update that. Sebastian Vettel has retired. That's a shame. And that's the first time I think we've seen Nib Mercedes have an engine failure. Anyway, Ferrari out in the pit box, about to make yet another strategy mistake, most likely. We'll have to see. And yes, Charles Leclerc is coming into the pits. What do Red Bull do? Yeah, they have dummied, I'm pretty sure. Verstappen has stayed out on track, which is the right thing to do. So, yeah, Verstappen now leads. Leclerc second. Russell goes up to second. So, Leclerc third. And now it's green flag. So Leclerc, will he get out ahead of Ricciardo and that pack? Yes, he will, just about. But we're now on lap 13. So, we've still got, 40 laps to go in this Italian Grand Prix. Leclerc on the mediums now. I just think that's a mistake, don't you think? I mean, he's got to go now 40 laps on mediums. I just don't see how this is going to work.
What the hell did Norris? I agree, but what the hell did Norris just do then? He's completely bottled that restart and Alonso's ahead of him.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
He went over the escape road for some reason. He went over the speed hump.
Must have just, I don't know, just not had his tyres prepared or something for the restart. Obviously, you know, they do slow down quite a bit compared to their normal racing speed.
Yeah, back to your original question. Yeah, just too long, and Red Bull already have a tyre advantage, a tyre wear advantage compared to the Ferrari usually, so... Yeah, I just think that this will put him under immense pressure as Sainz gets past Ricciardo into a scurry. Great move for Sainz, and Sainz has been very good in this race, and hopefully he can get in the slipstream of Charles Leclerc and continue flying on, as now I think Ricciardo will start to come under pressure from those behind him.
Yep, he may just do. So we're on lap 14 now, and Gasly right in the slipstream. Ricciardo, though, has DRS, but he's going to have to defend here, and he does, to the inside. And Gasly, very easily, I thought was going to go around the outside there, but he locks up massively and goes right off the track, and surely has to give that position back. But it doesn't look like he's going to, which makes no sense. I mean, oh no, now he is, thankfully. But is he going to try and go for the move back on Ricciardo into the second chicane? No, thankfully he does not. As Lewis Hamilton is up to 13th now, I can see in the Mercedes, and then you've got Tsunoda in 14th, and yeah, Gasly just went too deep on the brakes. Braked way too late, basically. Was never going to make the corner, but at least he had a go. Is that rear wing of Latifi's broken? Looks broken. It's wobbling like that, doesn't it? But we have...
No.
wobbling quite a bit, but
I think that just has come with the direction change through Ascari, though, because it is under so much load.
Yeah, possibly. So we're on lap 15 now. Max Verstappen leading from Russell by 5.5 seconds. And then you got Leclerc third, Sainz fourth. Leclerc's done the fastest lap of the race. No surprise about that. He's pitted. And then you got Ricciardo fifth, Gasly sixth, Alonso seventh, Norris eighth, De Vries still in ninth. De Vries having a decent race. He's just staying in there really in the train, which is all he's got to do really at this moment in time. Doesn't need to go for anything silly. But yeah, you got Hamilton, by the way, for all the Hamilton fans out there. He's 13th currently. And then you've got Tsunoda 14th, Latifi has overtaken Kevin Magnussen for 15th. And then it's Magnussen, Schumacher, Bottas, and Perez. Let me just do the tyres quickly. But the top 10, their tyres are correct. And then you've got Ocon on the soft. And then Hamilton on the mediums. And then Perez, who is still 19th on the hard compound tyre. As it should, for the next few laps now, settle down a bit, even though we have such a big train here of cars behind Ricciardo in the McLaren, and Verstappen continuing to pull away from Russell. He's now 6.1 seconds clear. This is also good for Russell and Mercedes because they'll also have fresher tyres towards the end of the Grand Prix. The thing is with Ferrari, though, if they're going to do that strategy, fine, but why not put them on the hard tyre? Because you're going to try and go to the end. A hard tyre would probably get them to the end. And obviously they do have the data from what Perez is doing in the last few laps on that tyre. So, yeah, I don't quite understand why they've done that. Because I don't think the medium is going to go to the end. As Latifi in the Williams pits. So that puts Magnussen, Schumacher and Bottas up. Schumacher actually just overtook Kevin Magnussen. So it's Schumacher 15th, Magnussen 16th, Bottas 17th. And then it should be Perez in 18th. And it is. So I didn't quite see that team radio message there. From
do not short shift corner exit. I can't, guys. I can't. That's what Leclerc said.
Oh, right. So he must have some sort of problem then with his gearbox or something. And yeah, Latifi is on the hard tyre. Yes, he is. He's on the hard tyre. There is Latifi. They're all probably going to move on to the hard tyre. I think most of them.
Make sure the engine is right, is what Charles said. And Max is just driving ridiculously well still at the moment. They're half a second quicker than Russell in the middle sector at the moment. Both he and Charles, and he's still in the high 25s. He's still got quite good pace, but Charles actually did quite fast last sector there. He's 4/10 quicker on that lap than Verstappen. So, I mean, still not the biggest delta, as we've got an overtake here of Hamilton going past Lance Stroll into turn one, as Kevin Magnussen has a 5-second time penalty for leaving the track and gaining the advantage. I believe that was on lap 1.
Yeah, it might be where he jumped across the chicane and didn't give any position back. Lewis Hamilton, passed Ocon a lap or so ago. Now he's passed Stroll. The problem for Hamilton is, though, when he catches up to Zhou, there's a massive train behind Ricciardo, and I don't think the Mercedes has the straight line speed to just, get past them all. So I think Lewis Hamilton is not going to go much further in this Grand Prix for now. As Max Verstappen begins lap 18. Verstappen is about 16 seconds clear of Leclerc. It's about, 23, 24 seconds, I think, the pit stop loss here. So, if he pitted now, he would come out behind Leclerc, but he would have much fresher tyres.
He'd come out right around Sainz at the moment.
Yeah, so maybe that's just what they're trying to do. As Leclerc, 25.1, fastest lap of the race. And, Carlos Sainz having a pretty good race here. Is Lando Norris here, down the inside of Alonso. I'm surprised Alonso didn't defend that harder. And Alonso loses the position to Norris, and Norris back up to 7th. Why did Alonso not defend that position? I don't quite know, unless he just wasn't looking in his mirrors. But Norris...
Is Alonso planning to get him back now?
Maybe. Well, they're going to a replay now. But yeah, Alonso just let him have the line. I mean, he kind of moved over to the middle of the track, but it was too late when he tried that. And then Norris got him. So Norris up to 7th and is now behind that battle for 5th in Ricciardo and Gasly. And Nick De Vries still doing well. Only half a second behind Alonso, and on that soft compound tyre, which is hanging on pretty well in the for Williams there. And apparently the pit window has just opened for the soft tyre runners. And Verstappen does begin another lap in the Red Bull. And I don't think he's going to pit probably for another 5 laps or so. You want to, if you're starting on the soft and the tyre wear's not too bad, you want to be probably going to about half distance of this Grand Prix, or maybe just under half distance before you pit. Because Leclerc's on the mediums though and has pitted, I think that probably commits Max to pitting onto the mediums when he comes in. As Pierre Gasly has pitted, and he's going to go for the undercut. Zhou Guanyu has pitted, and so has Lance Stroll. Gasly onto the hard compound tyre. And I'm going to guess Zhou and Stroll going to go onto the hard tyre as well. So Ricciardo is now 5th, with Norris 6th, Alonso 7th, De Vries 8th, and then Hamilton is now 9th. And Hamilton 4.5 seconds behind De Vries. De Vries has just got a black and white flag for track limits. Yeah, Hamilton 9th. And then you've got Ocon in 10th. And then Tsunoda in P11. And then Schumacher in P12 with Bottas in 13th. Magnussen in 14th. And then Perez in 15th. There, and then you've got Gasly 16th, Zhou 17th, Stroll in 18th, Latifi in 19th, as Verstappen has already begun lap 20. So yeah, his pit stop should be coming up in the next 5 laps or so. Nick De Vries is coming in, or probably a set of hard compound tyres. Daniel Ricciardo also is pitting. I will update the tyres, by the way, once all the pit stops have finished. So Norris up to 5th, Alonso up to 6th. And medium tyres going on for De Vries there. And a decent pit stop. Slightly better than Ricciardo. And Ocon and Tsunoda have pitted as well. So now you've got Norris in 5th, Alonso 6th, Hamilton 7th. And then in 8th is Mick Schumacher, which is quite a high position, obviously, for him to be in, but obviously hasn't pitted yet. As Lance Stroll there, just getting out ahead of Tsunoda, which, I mean, Tsunoda was behind him already, so Tsunoda was actually quite close getting the jump there. As Stroll now going to try and get past Esteban Ocon into the second chicane. And Ocon, does he keep the position? Yes, he does, as we're now on lap 21 out of 53. Go on.
The great news, Chaz, is even though, despite McLaren's stinky pit stop, Ricciardo has still stayed ahead of Gasly. He actually did his personal best middle sector on his in-lap. So, well done to my man, Mr. Ricciardo.
Yeah, he's having a good Grand Prix. A much better Grand Prix so far than I expected. I thought he wouldn't maybe cope well as he has so far.
Well, certainly better than I expected it. I didn't hold out much hope at all, did I?
No. As, Ricciardo is 12th. And then you've got Gasly in 13th. And then De Vries 14th. Zhou is 15th. And then it's Ocon in 16th. And then Stroll, Tsunoda, and Latifi. Let me just do the tyres now. So the top two still on soft tyres. And they're about to begin as Tsunoda just overtook Lance Stroll there, I just saw. Tsunoda up to P17. And we're now on lap 22 out of 53, and Verstappen still has not pitted for Red Bull. He is 9.5 seconds clear of Russell. So yeah, Mercedes don't have the pace to win today. And Leclerc is only 5.2 seconds, I think, behind Russell. That's Leclerc on the radio again, hopefully not talking about further engine issues there. But let me just do the tyres quickly, as Norris and Alonso haven't pitted yet. They've stayed out on track, interestingly. But
it was plan. Sorry, Chaz, I thought you finished that. Plan C for Leclerc. That was the radio message.
Would that be a 2-stop?
You'd have to think so, potentially, yeah.
I don't see how that's going to work, to be honest. Because then, even if... here's Sergio Perez overtaking Bottas. 8th. Remember, Perez has pitted already. So that is 4th position there. So Perez is up to P9, and we're about to go on to lap 23. We've got 30 laps to go here. Even if Leclerc has fresher tyres at the end, Max has he has the straight line speed. Still, keep Leclerc at bay, I think. And he's not losing, really, at the minute, Max. I mean, he's losing time to Leclerc, isn't he? But he's not losing an absolute mega amount of time, is he?
No, it was 3/10 on the previous lap. It's nowhere near enough. And I mean, not surprised, because tyre wear, as we've spoken about, isn't a huge factor here. So being on the fresher tyre isn't going to have a huge advantage like in other situations at other Grand Prix.
Exactly. I think Ferrari have cocked things up, but obviously we'll wait to see how things end up before I say officially. But yeah, Max leading comfortably at the minute, and I would say at the minute, Max is the favourite to win this Grand Prix. We'll see how things play out, but I don't really see how that strategy is going to work. The only way it could work is if something happens to Verstappen in a big way, but we'll have to see how the rest of this race goes on. Outside of the top 10, hold on, everyone is on the medium. Everyone's on the hard except for Magnussen and De Vries. De Vries has pitted, Magnussen has not. And obviously Sebastian Vettel at the very bottom there has retired from the race with an engine failure. As Verstappen begins lap 24, we have a problem with the deployment, or everything is normal. And then they say everything looks okay. So Alonso just not happy there with the deployment of the battery. Maybe that's why he got passed by Norris the way he did, which was a bit of a surprise because you wouldn't expect the McLaren to pass an Alpine with them both having DRSs. Russell has just made a pit stop, 3.2 stop, and Russell should come out in 4th place. So yeah, Sainz is up to 3rd now. So Russell is P4 in the Mercedes. And obviously Leclerc on the medium. George Russell on the hard compound tyre, which is interesting. Thought maybe go for the medium there. Go on.
I've got to say, at this rate, Lando Norris is probably going to come out ahead of Daniel Ricciardo. Norris slapping half a second quick on his old mediums than Ricciardo is currently. Is Ricciardo on the hards?
Yeah, Ricciardo is on the hards.
Yeah, so that's all I've got to say.
Yeah. Well, it's not really surprising that the medium is a better tyre, and like you said, having the fresher tyres here isn't as big of an advantage as it could be at like the next Grand Prix we're going to, which is Singapore, where you can gain literally like 4 seconds a lap on fresher tyres.
Yeah.
Sergio Perez has just overtaken Mick Schumacher for P8. So Perez doing okay, as Sainz just saying on the radio he wants a soft tyre for his next pit stop. No, in Ferrari, they'll give him the hard. So yeah, Perez obviously on the hard, and Mick down to P9 on the medium, as we're now on lap 25, and Lewis Hamilton is trying to overtake Alonso, but he just can't get close enough, and Alonso keeping the position, this is good for Alonso, because you never know, but he could be fighting Hamilton later in the race. If Alonso does pit earlier and go on to fresher tyres, you never know how that could work out. Max, 13.5 seconds clear of Leclerc. Leclerc's not gained that much in the last couple laps on Verstappen, not as much as he should, if this strategy is going to work out, as Kevin Magnussen has pitted, so he should, Magnussen, come out in last place, and obviously takes a 5-second penalty for the gaining a position and not giving it back. So Magnussen.
Well, Verstappen's going to pit this lap, Chaz.
Right, so Verstappen, here he is, into the pits, medium tyres, he goes on to, and Leclerc will retake the lead, and I think...
Good pits.
Very good pit stop indeed, and I think he will come out ahead of Carlos Sainz. Yeah, he will.
Yeah, comfortably.
Sainz has only just exited Parabolica, so Max Verstappen down to second. Let me just update that. Leclerc back into the lead, as we're now halfway through this race, but Max is only 10 seconds off the lead, and Max has much fresher tyres. I think, 14 lap fresher tyres? So we'll see how this plays out.
And that certainly does matter. That sort of tyre delta certainly does matter.
Yeah.
I mean, Verstappen's lap time consistency in that first stint, Chaz, was a joke. I genuinely don't think he was out of the high 25s the entire stint.
Yeah, that is brilliant consistency. I actually noticed when I looked back through for the video I did for the Dutch Grand Prix about how Verstappen and Red Bull won that race. I remember looking back through Verstappen's lap times in his first stint. He was lapping for about 10 laps within about 10th or 2 of what he was doing. It was incredible, the consistency, as at the time in that race he was pulling away from Leclerc. Yeah, he is so good when it comes to his pace on or during a Grand Prix. Magnussen, has come out in 19th and is on the hard compound tyre. Max Verstappen on the medium. Sainz on the medium. Obviously, Sainz has not pitted yet. Leclerc has pitted. Verstappen has pitted, and we'll see how much time he gains. Hasn't gained a ton of time, or hasn't gained any time on this lap so far. As Lewis Hamilton still closely following Alonso, as we're now on lap 27. And let's see if Lewis Hamilton gets past Alonso this time. Down to turn 1, and yes, he does. Alonso doesn't even defend, so Hamilton is up. P6 runs slightly wide on the exit, but he should get that position. Yes, he does. And the next car up the road for Lewis to overtake is Lando Norris, who's about, 3 or 4 seconds up the road, I think, in the McLaren. 5.5 seconds actually up the road. So Hamilton probably got still a bit to go in this stint. He's probably going to go onto the soft compound tyres for his final stint. So he's probably going to go another 8 to 10 laps on this stint. I think probably the same goes for Carlos Sainz as well. Verstappen, though, Nib, has already took a second out of Leclerc on this lap, hasn't he? He's now down to 9.1 seconds.
Yeah, well, my live timing is maybe about 30 seconds behind live. And yeah, he went a second quicker in the middle sector.
Yeah, so if he keeps that up, he's going to overtake Leclerc definitely before the end of the race. But if Leclerc was, if Leclerc was going to pit again, I think Verstappen would probably overtake him anyway.
To be fair, Charles did do one of his worst middle sectors so far this race. He did a 29.7, and I think most of the time he's been doing a 29.3, so I think must have made a little mistake there, did Charles?
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a replay if he did. But I just want to quickly say, as we're now lap 20 out of 53, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. We do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every race in 2022, so don't forget to sub to the channel. And if you're watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button to help grow the channel, and share this video on the channel everywhere you can as well, to help us grow. Yeah, Max Verstappen continuing to gain on this lap. He's got the gap down to 8.8 seconds. And we'll see how that fares over the next few laps or so as Verstappen continues to catch Leclerc. And still, massive fight. Ricciardo, Gasly, De Vries. As Verstappen, I think, is about to complete lap 29. Leclerc's already started, obviously, lap 29. He is the leader. Is Lando Norris still on target to come out ahead of Ricciardo? I'm just trying to look.
They're doing about the same pace, I believe. Just let me get my eyes sorted. Yeah, he's still doing like the same pace as Daniel, so he should come out around about where Daniel is.
What's interesting, though, is he's actually lapping at about the same speed, Norris, in the last lap or so as Lewis Hamilton. The gap was 5.5 when he overtook Alonso Hamilton. Now 5.7 he is behind Norris. So
Lando was 2/10 quick on that last lap than Hamilton.
Yeah, that's very impressive because they both haven't pitted yet. So they're both on the same, obviously, compound and both same tyre life. So that's a very impressive load of lap times there for Norris. A good job by Lando. And obviously, the longer he goes into the race, he'll have fresher tyres for the end of the race. Nick De Vries, got to say, doing a good job here. 13th, but once F1 pits, he's probably going to be in, 9th place in this race? Something like that. Or maybe 10th place. So yeah, looking good for De Vries. He might nick a point if he keeps up what he's doing at the minute. We'll see what happens as Leclerc begins lap 30. And the gap down to 7.9 seconds. So another second has been taken out in the last lap or so. Or maybe close to a second. Max Verstappen, a new fastest lap of 1:24.8. So yeah, the gap coming down now. And to be honest, if he keeps this up, the pace he's gaining, or the time he's gaining on Leclerc, I don't see how Max Verstappen is not going to win this Grand Prix. As he's just coming into the first Lesmo now on lap 30. And yeah, he's in a great position here, Verstappen. As Carlos Sainz in third is, hasn't pitted yet, and he's only 2.3 seconds ahead of George Russell. Russell is probably going to finish in third. I don't think Russell has the pace to finish any higher than third. He's over a pit stop behind Leclerc, I think, just about. So yeah, I think it's going to be Russell finishing third at best. Mercedes, sadly, don't have the pace I thought they would have. And yeah, Leclerc begins lap 31, and another few tenths of a second took out of his lead. Max Verstappen, another fastest lap of a 1:24.7 as Carlos Sainz has been told to box. We've got, 22 laps to go with this Grand Prix. And here comes Carlos Sainz. Massive lock-up. As long as he didn't speed. And it doesn't really matter because he's going to bin those tyres anyway. And he obviously drops for the moment to 4th. He'll probably drop down to 7th or something. 7th or 8th. Let's see. He'll probably actually drop to, P8 because Perez is quite close behind Alonso. And yeah, Perez goes through as well. So Carlos Sainz is 8th now. What tyres have they put him on? The soft compound tyre. Thankfully, they're listening to him. Because I was worried they were going to put him on the hard there. Because obviously he requested to go onto the soft. So we'll see what he can do. He might, if he has really good pace compared to Russell and gains on Russell by a second a lap, Sainz on fresh softs and Russell on the hard, Carlos might be able to get a podium yet, which would be a great drive on the back of the field. And yeah, just a replay of him locking up into the entry of the pit lane. And obviously got Perez on the hard in P7 and Carlos Sainz on the soft. And he should be able to make his way through the pack quite quickly. There's Robert Schwartzman, Ferrari test driver, watching on. Surprised they showed him, to be honest. And yeah, we're on lap 32. And Max now 6.2, 6.3 seconds only behind Leclerc. So yeah, this is not looking good for Ferrari and Leclerc. As Alonso is pitted. Go on.
He's catching him about 7 to 8 tenths a lap is Max. So yeah, it matter of time.
Oh, Alonso is out of the race. He's come into his pit box and they're not there for a pit stop. Must have a power unit problem of some sort. And Fernando Alonso is out of the race. He hasn't had a retirement in a long time. I think it was Miami, possibly. I can't remember exactly where his last retirement was. I think actually, no, it was Saudi Arabia, his last retirement from a Formula One Grand Prix. So Fernando Alonso out of the race. That is such a shame because he probably would have scored a couple points today. So he is out, along with Vettel.
Just has the worst luck.
Yeah, well, that goes for his entire career, really, doesn't it? Since he won the championship last in 2006. As we've got 20 laps to go now, and Max has cut the gap down to 5.4 seconds. So he is going to catch him.
It was a second on that last lap, as they just did show the graphic on the bottom of the screen. Max is just flying at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance Leclerc has really of winning this race. Plan C confirmed, they say. The only thing Plan C could be, I think, is a two-stop, but obviously we don't know what Ferrari. We don't know what they're on about a lot of the time. But interestingly, I've just seen at the bottom there, Nicholas Latifi has overtaken Lance Stroll for 16th place. That's, that's a weird one. Let me just do the tyres quickly. Charles Leclerc pits. So yeah, that was what Plan C was. And Leclerc now comes in and puts on soft compound tyres. Good pit stop there for Ferrari. Verstappen into the lead, and Leclerc should come out in second. Russell coming down the pit straight now. And does he get out in second? Yes, he does. So now, for the next 20 laps, Leclerc has to give it absolutely everything to win this Grand Prix. As we're now on lap 34, Max is on the medium, Leclerc is on the soft, and Russell is on the hard tyre, as Lewis Hamilton pits. Carlos Sainz, by the way, has overtaken Perez for we're now 5th place because Hamilton has pitted. So Sainz is 5th, Perez 6th. Let's see what Hamilton comes out, as Mick Schumacher has pitted as well. And Hamilton comes out right behind that pack of cars in that DRS train. And yeah, he's going to struggle to get through that group of cars, I reckon. I mean, he's on fresher tyres and he's on soft tyres, but still, that DRS train is going to be hard to break. So you've now got Bottas up to 7th, Ricciardo 8th, Gasly 9th, De Vries in 10th, and then Zhou in 11th, Hamilton 12th, Ocon is 13th, Mick Schumacher has dropped to 18th, but Schumacher is now on the soft compound tyre, so we'll see how he gets on. And we're now on lap 35, and there is a 19.5 second gap between Verstappen and Leclerc. Nib, does Leclerc catch Verstappen and win? I don't see it, to be honest.
I mean, on the outlap, he's lost half a second to Max on the outlap. No?
Yeah, he's 19.5 seconds behind, 18 laps to go, so he needs to catch Max at 1.5 seconds per lap. Does anyone realistically see that happening?
And what was the slowest time in Q1 yesterday?
20, probably a 1:23.
Yeah, and that's what he'd have to be doing to catch Max.
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
Yeah. Ferrari, once again, I've got it wrong. I said right before they pitted, they shouldn't pit under the virtual safety car because I don't think the strategy will play out. But obviously, Ferrari always do the wrong thing, not the right thing, and they've lost another Grand Prix on strategy. And Leclerc still slowing him on this lap as Lando Norris is pitting in about 15 seconds' time.
Yeah, well, Charles is being instructed to do this slow introduction of the tyres. So, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't get the strategy, really. I don't understand. I mean, most of the time, yes, you should probably put into a virtual safety car, but there are scenarios where you shouldn't, and I think they just didn't really think about it there. As Carlos Sainz is now up to 4th and Perez up to 5th because Norris is pitted. And that was a slow stop for Norris. 5.1 seconds. Will that cost him? Compared to Bottas and Ricciardo? Yes, it will it? Ricciardo, comes Norris. Ricciardo down the outside. Gonna be close. Ricciardo gets it. Will Gasly get ahead of Norris? Yes, just about. Yes, he does. As Bottas is also pitted. And now Hamilton, look at that, overtakes Norris and Gasly on the exit of the first chicane. What traction from the Mercedes there. And will he get the position? He should do. And he does. What a brilliant double pass there on the exit of the first chicane. Obviously, I know he's on soft tyres compared to the hards, but that was incredible how much he gained on traction there. But the order now is Verstappen leading, Leclerc 2nd, Russell 3rd, Sainz 4th, Perez 5th, Ricciardo is 6th with Hamilton in 7th. Let me just do that quickly. Not De Vries in 7th, Hamilton 7th. And then Gasly in P8, and yeah, slow on the front right there, I think. That's a weird pit stop.
McLaren have had terrible pit stops there. Ricciardo had a 3.4, 5.1 for Lando, and I don't know if you heard my round of applause. Probably not, because Discord's quite good. But Charles was finally faster than Max on a lap by 9 thousandths. So, round of applause, Ferrari. Well done. As Ricciardo's been overtaken by Lewis Hamilton, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Hamilton up to 6th, so then it's Ricciardo 7th, Gasly 8th. Oh no, Norris is 8th, he's got ahead of Gasly. And then it's Gasly 9th, De Vries 10th, and then Zhou in 11th. Let me just see where Bottas has come out. Bottas is 17th on soft tyres. So, yeah, Bottas 17th. Schumacher is 15th in the... hold on. Schumacher is 15th in the Haas, not Alonso. Alonso obviously is out of this race. And Bottas, yeah, is 17th. As Lando Norris overtakes Ricciardo. They're not really surprised. Norris is on the soft compound tyre and Ricciardo's on the hard. So, yeah, not surprised there at all. So Lando up to P7. I'll update the tyres in a moment. As we've only got 15 laps to go of this Grand Prix. Leclerc's not gaining really any time on Verstappen, so Max has got this race won unless something mental happens. Make sure, guys, at the end of this race to stick around on the stream, because I will be reacting with you guys to the events of the Italian Grand Prix. But, just looking here at
Charles.
De Vries trying to take Gasly, go on.
Yeah, Charles is starting to pick up his pace now. He's 0.3 faster than Max in the first sector. Just waiting to see what happened in the middle sector, but he's gained at least half a second on this lap. So, I mean, better, but still not really good enough.
No, he's not going to catch Verstappen unless Verstappen's tyres literally not just hit the cliff, but literally go off it, the splatter, as Leclerc, 24.3 fastest lap that occasion.
And Max did a 24.7, which was his personal best.
Quite ridiculous on that tyre. He's been on that tyre for what? Not 20 laps, about 15 laps. Yeah, lapping very quickly on that compound. As, lap 39 we're on now. One thing I do know to update is that Carlos Sainz is on the soft compound tyre in 4th place. And then the rest of the top 10 is not correct. You got Ricciardo on the hard. And then Gasly is 9th on the hard. De Vries 10th on the medium, doing well. And then you got Zhou 11th, Ocon 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Latifi 14th. Tsunoda is on the hard, he's not on the medium. And then we've got Schumacher on the... actually, no, I accidentally put there. De Vries on the hard, sorry about that. Change that quickly. And then, put Tsunoda on the hard. And then we've got... Bottas has just passed Stroll. So then we've got Schumacher and Bottas on the soft compound tyre. And I'll just update that position quickly with Schumacher and with Valtteri Bottas, sorry. So Bottas passed Stroll and up to P16. But the order on your screen and the tyres are correct, as we're now on lap 40 out of 53, and unless Verstappen has an engine problem or a tyre failure or whatever, I think Verstappen is heading for victory here at Monza. There's only 13 laps to go, and Leclerc is only 18, 19 seconds off the lead. He's not going to gain enough time on that pressure compound unless something happens to Max. Go on.
You've missed one pit stop because there is now a pit stop by myself. I'll be back.
Yeah, I don't blame you, to be honest, taking a pit stop now. It's not much happening at the moment, but there is still a lot of racing going on out there. And lap 41 now, as Lance Stroll has pitted. And he's out. Lance Stroll is out of the race. What a disaster for Aston Martin. 17th and 18th in qualifying. And now a double retirement. You've got to think it's probably going to be the same issue. As Latifi and Schumacher, they're racing hard over 14th place, we're seeing. But Stroll is out of the race. 3 retirements. Stroll, Alonso, Vettel. Stroll and Alonso finished in the points here last year, but not... And Stroll and Alonso finished the points last weekend as well, but not today. As Mick Schumacher all over the back of Latifi, and surely Schumacher will pass Latifi here for P14. He's not close enough into Parabolica, but surely will have the grip on the exit Parabolica. Get past Latifi. Latifi does have great straight line speed in that Williams, but I don't see him keeping that position. Verstappen, by the way, 18.3 clear of Leclerc. Leclerc hasn't really gained any time, really, on Verstappen, has he? Schumacher, not actually able. And now he's going to dive down the inside of Latifi at turn 1, and Latifi, thankfully, gives him the room by going wide himself. Probably saw him in the mirrors. And then Schumacher is up to 14th place. Bit poor there from Latifi. Just needed to really concentrate on what he was doing, but obviously didn't do that. So, Schumacher 14th on the soft, and Bottas won't be long getting past himself. I don't know where Bottas is, though. He's a few seconds behind. Only 1.2 seconds behind, actually. He's going to pass probably on this lap is Valtteri. Don't know how far Mick can get through the field, really, on that tyre. So, we'll have to see. what happens here. By the way, I do see we are close to 100 likes on this stream, so make sure if you haven't already to hit the like button. Get us to 100 likes. And yeah, just a replay there of Schumacher passing Latifi. And Bottas is going to pass Latifi in a second. Max Verstappen leading, by the way, by 17.8 seconds over Charles Leclerc. With 10 laps to go. And I think we can already slowly start beginning the debrief as to how Ferrari lost this Grand Prix. I mean, obviously, Verstappen was starting to close in on on Leclerc. As Bottas passes Latifi for 15th place. But, you know, Ferrari had the lead. Their pace wasn't terrible. They had the lead. And again, once again, made the wrong decision on strategy. Bottas, yeah, on the soft. Latifi on the hard. Are you back yet, Nib?
I'm back, yeah.
I was just going to ask you quickly, because, you know, the battle for the win is over, pretty much. It's actually...
Red Bull are coming for a pit stop, and that can... Perez, there you go.
Not Verstappen, which, well, if he did make it a bit more exciting, but...
It would.
Perez is probably going to drop to... Where's he going to drop? He's going to drop to 7th place behind Hamilton and Norris. Yeah, ultimately, once again, Nib, isn't it? Ferrari losing a race with a poor strategy move. Just rinse and repeat, isn't it, with them? This is just just a clear area that they need to improve on, but obviously they're never going to. So, yeah, just what do you think on this?
I mean, I just don't understand, Chaz. I just don't. We knew what was going to happen. We knew. Like when the VSC come out, we said don't pit. It is just a little bit too early.
Yeah.
To pit, and yeah, I mean they've just shot themselves in the foot once again. I mean, as we're just seeing a replay of Perez, the big old double front lock up there. They're having a look at the pit stops, having a look at the tyres, and I think they seem quite impressed by just how much he's flat spotted those tyres. But yeah, I mean, I'm sick of talking about it, Chaz. We've been talking about it for nearly 5 years.
Yeah, on this channel,
and the same guy is still in charge.
Yeah.
How?
He must have done he must be very good at the under the table stuff. That's all I can say. When it comes to that. Allegedly, yes. But yeah, I mean, we've been going on about this since, because obviously I started this channel about 4 years ago. We've been going on about this since then, and nothing has changed. And until Ferrari actually admit there is a problem and actually start getting rid of the people who are the problem, this will keep happening year after year, and there will be no difference. And to be honest, I'm not probably going to do a review of this Grand Prix tomorrow, like a video, because there's nothing happened in this Grand Prix in terms of the fight for victory that's really been, as there's Sylvester Stallone. Looks as though he's just arrived, to be honest. In the
No, he was there.
Oh, right.
He's been he got a photo with all the McLaren, not the McLaren, the Ferrari engineers earlier.
Yeah, good to see. He's been at races here in the past as Stallone. Yeah, there's no point me doing a review tomorrow like I normally do, because what's happened in this Grand Prix in terms of why Verstappen's going to win is what's already happened a million times. It's not exactly breaking news or interesting. It's just another day of Ferrari strategy errors. And yeah, Leclerc going to finish in second place. Most likely, obviously, the race hasn't finished yet. Max is about to begin lap 46. Another battle to look at is Carlos Sainz in 4th. He's 9.5 seconds behind Russell, and he is gaining on Russell by quite a bit per lap. But I'm not sure he's going to get Russell before the end of the race. So I think Russell will probably hold on to 3rd, which would be a good result, to be honest, because Mercedes have been pretty slow, actually, in this race. Sergio Perez, obviously, he's come out in 7th place on the soft tyres and hasn't really done anything since then. And to be honest, looking at the whole field, I mean, we've got some close fights out there, but there's nothing really going on. Mick Schumacher is probably going to pass Yuki Tsunoda, the 13th. So we'll see what happens there. As Norris says, no comms, please, I'm busy.
Oh, right. I mean, I was just having a little giggle to myself because on the previous lap, Verstappen was faster than Charles. I know there was a little bit of traffic which helped that, but still, it's just funny.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we saw at the very start of his stint, obviously Ferrari were telling him to bring the tyres in slowly, which I'm not sure. If you're going to put him on aggressive strategy, I'm not sure you should be really telling him that. So Mick Schumacher has passed Tsunoda for 13th. Mick is about 7-8 seconds off the point. So yeah, he's had a good race, Mick, but I think the Haas car is not quick enough, unfortunately. But Nick De Vries is still putting Gasly under pressure. And, well, Nib, this is a very impressive race for Nick De Vries, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm writing a tweet at Ferrari saying, please, for the benefit of the sport, hire a new strategist.
Yeah. I know you're not going to give De Vries as much credit as he deserves for this.
Oh, no. Okay, no. But it's okay. Well, I was actually typing out the tweet, but I wasn't actually taking the piss. I mean, yeah, he's had a very impressive race. Potentially driven himself into the sport next year as Ricciardo is retiring.
Oh, no. And that's going to cause a safety car, probably. Where's he parked? He's parked in between the two Lesmos. He was running in 8th, and he's broken down a 3rd Mercedes engine failure today. And that sums up Ricciardo's time at McLaren. And Sergio Perez has just done the fastest lap of the race. Verstappen has gone through and not pitted, as we're now on lap 48. And still a yellow flag. Ferrari are out in the pits. Thing is, if they pit Leclerc now before the safety car comes out, then Verstappen will still probably be able to pit without losing the lead. Because the safety car wouldn't catch him. Yeah, if the safety car was to come out now. Safety car, so yeah. I think Verstappen is still going to keep the lead here. But, oh, that is gutting. He was driving so well. As good as he drove last year, really. When he won the race. Was up in 8th, probably going to finish in 8th. And is out of the race. As Russell and Sainz have pitted. Again, I don't know whether safety cars come out and who it's picked up. I don't think it's picked up Verstappen yet. Let me just put on the order that Ricciardo is out. To be honest, when the race gets going again, we're only going to have like 2 or 3 laps to go. So we're not going to have much racing left, to be honest. So Russell on the soft now. And Sainz on the soft. And yeah, Verstappen was not picked up by the safety car, so he hasn't lost anything. Leclerc also wasn't picked up by the safety car, and he didn't pit, so he's not going to gain anything on Max Verstappen. As right, let me just update the order because Valtteri Bottas is up to 13th, and I'm going to wait to see them all make the pit stops before I do the tyres. As Max Verstappen comes in for a new set of soft compound tyres, what Ferrari going to do? Are they going to pit Leclerc or leave him out? No, I don't think they're going to leave Leclerc out. There's no point. And Leclerc, yeah, does come in now for another set of soft tyres. So he will have a chance to win still, Leclerc, but I still think Verstappen wins this race, honestly, because I still think he has the better car. as the top 6 on the soft, and Perez is past Norris because Perez did not pit under the safety car and Lando Norris did. Gasly is still out there on hard tyres. I don't think they've made it to the pits yet, though. Yeah, let's wait till the safety car bunches the field up and then I'll do the tyres. But we have a safety car, so we will get a couple final laps in. As Mercedes are waiting, I think, to probably pit Lewis Hamilton. Nope, they are not going to pit Lewis Hamilton. You okay, Nib? No, he's not there. Let me see. He's still in the voice chat, but probably smashing the shit out of something. And, well, I can understand why, because that was a very good drive from Ricciardo. I think that's probably the best drive Ricciardo's had all season. He was robbed of it by a Mercedes engine problem, or maybe a McLaren problem, who knows. And Verstappen has still not been picked up by the safety car. Is the safety car even bloody out there? We haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I'll let you guys know who's on what time before we get actually properly going. There is a chance we might not even get any more racing in, because it's lap 50 and Verstappen, the leader, isn't even behind the safety car yet. So, yeah. Verstappen radio. Would be a bit ironic if Verstappen wins this race under the safety car. Obviously after Abu Dhabi. Where obviously, should have ended under the safety car, but it didn't. And, yeah. We'll see what happens with the tyre situation as well. Because I don't know for sure if Gasly, De Vries, Zhou, Ocon are on the... have gone onto a new set of tyres. Is Ricciardo's car still there?
Hello.
Have you?
I'm back.
Are you okay now?
I'm back. Yeah, my internet literally just died. So
right.
I don't know, but we're back. We're back. We're back. It's back online. So I have no idea what happened. I just went and checked the modem, and it'd gone out. So thanks, Telstra. As I'm sure the Australian viewers will know, Telstra, always very reliable.
Yeah, I was just saying, Ricciardo there. Best drive of the season so far in my books, and yeah, robbed of it. Just such a shame, because that was going to be a type of drive that would, possibly, keep him on the grid next year, but he's been just robbed of a result there, hasn't he?
Let's just not speak about it, please. Just very upsetting.
Yeah. It's such a shame, because he actually, as well, one thing that was very good for him is he broke out of DRS from Gasly, so he probably was going to finish in 8th. Don't think anything or anyone was going to catch him, as the tyre, by the way, the tyres on your left-hand side of the screen are correct. Everyone on the soft except Gasly in 8th on the medium. De Vries. How is the safety car still not caught the leader? Been 3-4 fucking laps. This is pathetic.
Yeah, and we've still not got Max's car, not Max's car, Daniel's car off the track.
Yeah, so I think this race is going to end under the safety car, isn't it?
Probably, yeah.
because we're about to begin lap 52. So yeah, this race, guys, is going to end under the safety car unless Michael Massey suddenly flies in from Australia to change
don't
that.
Worry. Don't worry. There's tweets already.
Yeah, like, oh, we should get the racing going again. Yeah, I know.
Don't you worry. From journalists, the British journalists going up, of course. Wonder if Horner's going to tell the FIA we only need one lap of racing.
Yeah.
Upside down smiley face.
Oh my, Formula One is such a fucking toxic place, isn't it? So yeah, Verstappen has begun the penultimate lap, and yeah, by the time they all get lined up behind Verstappen, I mean, it's going to be the end of lap 52, and then they won't be able to unlap the rest of the cars. Plus, they've got to wait a lap, haven't they? So yeah, this race is pretty much over. And obviously the top 10, Verstappen, Leclerc, Russell, Sainz, Hamilton, Perez, Norris, Gasly, De Vries, and Zhou Guanyu, currently on for his first points finish since Canada, and Alfa Romeo's first points finish since I think Canada as well, where they finished 7th and 8th in that Grand Prix. Well, as the race is basically over, the nib, quick reflection on the Grand Prix. Max Verstappen is our winner. Yeah, too quick, and obviously better strategy for them. And another win. That's his 11th win of the season now, with 6 races to go. And yeah, great race today. And is it 13, the record? 13 wins? And yeah, he surely breaks that. And yeah, just give us your general thoughts on his race today.
Yeah, I mean, he's just simply too good at the moment, in too good of a car for anyone to beat him at the moment. That's really all there is to it. Hopefully Ferrari can hire a new strategist by the time we get to Singapore in a couple of weeks now, to have some exciting races towards the end of the season. I mean, I just want to say, well done to Nick De Vries. He's had a very good debut race in F1, and as much as I like to slander him, he's done a very good job. So you've got to give credit where credit's due. Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a shite race, hasn't it? Let's face it.
And yeah, they've just told Leclerc they're going to finish the race beyond the safety car. So, and Leclerc saying, "Come on, it's clear. Come on." Well, just because they, let the racing go for the final lap in Abu Dhabi doesn't mean they should do it here, because obviously they incorrectly, or Michael Massey incorrectly, applied the regulations as we're on the final lap now. Yeah, it's not been as good of a race as it could have been. It definitely could have been a better Grand Prix. I mean, the first half of the Grand Prix I thought was pretty good, but then the second half of the race, it just kind of petered out, and we kind of knew how it was going to end. As they say, safety car ending, but obviously it's going to end as the order it is, because you're not allowed to overtake until the start-finish line. So, yeah, Verstappen is going to win the race. If the funny thing is, you say about Ferrari need to hire new strategies before Singapore. Obviously, we know they're not going to. Actually, in my qualifying build-up yesterday, I was doing a bit about Binotto in response to those comments by Nico Rosberg, where Rosberg said F2 and F3 teams are better than Ferrari in terms of operation and strategy. Binotto said there is nothing to change at the team. They're a great team, and the most important thing is stability. So that shows you what the thought is. And also, John Elkann, the CEO of Ferrari, said, I mean, he did say at least that there have been mistakes and need to improve on that, but he did say that he's confident, he has full confidence basically in Binotto and the team, and that he absolutely believes they're going to win the World Championship between now and 2026 on the drivers and constructors side. So it shows you the amount of delusion and copium is in Maranello, as the now safety car will come back to the pits, and Max Verstappen will lead the pack to the start-finish line. And Max Verstappen has never been on the podium here at Monza, never mind win the Italian Grand Prix. And he will now come to the line and win the Italian Grand Prix as he exits the Parabolica. And Max Verstappen, for the 11th time in 2022, wins in Formula 1 and wins the Italian Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc finishes second, George Russell finishes third, Sainz fourth, Hamilton fifth, Perez sixth, Norris seventh, Gasly eighth, De Vries finishes ninth with Zhou Guanyu 10th, and then it's Ocon, Schumacher, Bottas, Tsunoda, Latifi, Magnussen, the rest of the field. And your retirements: Daniel Ricciardo, Lance Stroll, Fernando Alonso, and Sebastian Vettel. But let me just indicate on the screen that the race is over. Make sure, guys, to stick around because I'm going to be doing a race reaction for the next hour or so. So, again, make sure to stick around. That race only lasted, funnily enough, an hour and 20 minutes, I think, or an hour and 25 minutes. Very quick Grand Prix that was. Nib, are you going to stick around or are you going to head off?
Nah, well, I don't know if you noticed, but halfway as I was speaking, my internet died again.
Oh, so, right.
I didn't just stop because I hate you or something. It stopped because it went out again.
Oh, right.
But yeah, let's just say let's not look at Twitter because it's already toxic hellhole already.
Well, it is 24/7, to be honest.
Yeah, but we're going back to 10 months ago.
Yeah.
So.
Let me just have a look at Twitter. And, well, thankfully I've not seen any 2021 Abu Dhabi tweets. Yeah. I'm sure we'll have plenty about it. To be honest, though, let's be honest. Most people on F1 Twitter aren't that intelligent when it comes to Formula 1 and just things in general. So, yeah, that's basically Twitter, to be honest.
Wow.
In general.
Toxic.
Well, they're intelligent when it comes to Formula 1, but they're not, they're not as knowledgeable as I'd say we are. I mean, you've been watching Formula 1 how long? 15 years? And I've been watching it 11 years.
Yeah, first race I went to was 2006 Australian Grand Prix.
Yeah, and I've been watching since 2011 Japanese Grand Prix. So yeah, we've been watching it for a long time. But yeah, that's the race over and done with. So quickly, Nib, you gonna stay on or are you gonna come off?
Nah, gonna go off, try get some sleep before the main event of today, the US Open men's final.
Yeah, can't wait for that. That's in 5.5 hours?
In 5.5 hours, yep.
Yeah. So quickly before you go, driver of the day and rating out of 10 for the race.
Nick De Vries and probably a 2.
Really? That bad?
3 then? Is that better for you?
I thought you were going to go for like a 5 or a 6.
Nah, come on. It was worse. It wasn't that good. Hey, I'm surprised you're more shocked at my rating and not my driver of the day.
Yeah, well, you did give him full credit, at least, so I'm not as surprised as I would have been if you told me really that he would have finished in 9th and that you would have said driver of the day for De Vries. I'll go for a 5, probably, maybe 5.5. But yeah, it was just an average Italian Grand Prix, pretty much. Nothing on last year, which was a absolute classic at Monza. And yeah, drive of the day, I'd have to go Nick De Vries. What a weekend, and surely Williams have got to give him that seat next year. I don't see how they can't. The thing is, imagine if Albon was alongside De Vries this weekend. They could have scored like 8-9 points this weekend if they had both of them. Because Alex, I mean, it's a shame he had his appendicitis because he would have been very good this weekend without that.
Well,
go on.
Just before I leave, let's just think about this. Williams decided to have Nicholas Latifi drive their car instead of Dan Ticktum.
Yeah,
that's a really smart decision by Williams. Really smart.
Yeah. I mean, I
And
don't.
as Dan Ticktum said, Latifi is poo.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of talent, yeah, there's no doubt that Tictum is better. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I know why they didn't continue with him. I think it's because of that comment, or just his
No,
attitude
he
in
was
general.
already gone before then.
Oh, was
already
he?
gone before then.
Oh,
yeah.
right. But yeah, Williams. We know what they're like. They're not even a racing team, really. They're just trying to make money, really, rather than actually.
I love Maggie.
As
Sorry, I can't help myself.
Just looking at Leclerc in the Parc Ferme, he just looks quite disappointed with how things ended. Yeah, we know what Williams are like. They always need one paid driver in their car. They've been that way basically since Pastor Maldonado. I mean, I know they have Bottas and Massa, but that was a break from the norm of the last decade or so. So cheers for coming on, Nib, and hopefully in Singapore, which is in 3 weeks from now, we'll get a better Grand Prix. Well, Singapore doesn't tend to be better than Monza, but you never know what could happen at Singapore. We do get some crazy races sometimes at Singapore, but yeah, hopefully we'll see you then, and yeah, cheers for coming on today.
Indeed, always good to talk to you, and always good to interact a little bit before the race with everyone in chat. And yeah, 3 weeks break after we've had 3 races in a row, so it'll be nice to decompress from F1 for a little bit after 3 weeks of madness and 3 weeks of max domination, really. So yeah, I hope you all have a good rest of your day and a good couple of weeks. And yeah, we'll see you later. See you later, mate.
See you later, mate. Cheers. And cheers for him coming on for the stream today. And yeah, race wasn't as good as we were hoping. And really, I was hoping it would be as good as last year, but yeah, it just wasn't as good as I was hoping. But it was still, there was stuff that happened, so we will get into it. But guys, right now the live chat, let me know. What did you think of the race? What would you rate the race out of 10 for? And let me know in the chat who is your driver of the day, and just let me know in general what you thought of the race. What did you think of the battle for victory and the poor strategy decision by Ferrari, and Max Verstappen winning? What do you think of the midfield fight as well? Let me know right now in the live chat, and I will get to your comments in a sec. One thing I am going to do is take my headphones off quickly and have a drink, because I'm a bit sweaty at the minute. Oh, there you go. You might have heard that. Sorry if you did. The headphones banging there. And I'll actually hold on. I need to just quickly open Discord again to leave the voice chat. But yeah, we are going to get onto the race reaction. There you go. In just a second. But yeah, I'm going to have a quick drink, and then what do you call it? I'm then going to post the link for the stream out on my community tab and on Twitter as well. So I'm going to do that quickly as well. So, but yeah, just give me a couple seconds, guys, and have a quick drink. Oh, that's nice. Nice drink to have after what's already been a long stream, 3.5 hours. And yeah, let me post the link out a couple times. So keep your comments coming in chat. Again, I want a rating out of 10 for the race in terms of how good you thought the race was, who the driver of the day was, and your general thoughts as to what happened in this Grand Prix. The fight for victory between Verstappen and Leclerc, Red Bull and Ferrari, Mercedes, the midfield fight. Let me know in the chat. I'm just going to quickly post this out. Come join us here for instant reaction to the race at Monza. And I'll do the tweet in a second. And let me just look at Twitter, because I'm going to guess there's quite a bit of toxicity. As actually, Nib actually did tweet me a couple times in DMs saying that what do you call it? That his internet died. But obviously, I don't read Twitter really at all during the race because I don't want to overload my system. Right, come join us here for instant reaction to the Italian GP. Let me just do some hashtags quickly, guys, for the tweet. So obviously it gets more people to come here. And then we'll get going. Let me just do a couple more hashtags quick. To Verstappen, obviously, and Leclerc. And yeah, disappointing race, obviously, for the home crowd today, unfortunately. And disappointing, obviously, for the Italian president that's also been here as well today watching the Grand Prix. But there you go. That tweet is now sent out. And by the way, if you want to follow me on Twitter, so you get updates as to when I'm going live or what I'm doing at whatever time with my streaming or my content, then follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 for more content like this. Anyway, let's now get on to what I'm going to do is, so keep your comments coming, guys, in regards to, again, driver of the day, rating out of 10 for the race, and what you thought of the battle for the win between, Verstappen, Leclerc, and the whole race in general. Keep those comments coming, because once I get through all the teams, I am going to come to you guys in the chat to see what you guys have to say in regards to what happened in this Grand Prix today. So, yeah, keep those comments coming, and I will read out a bulk of them before we finish. But, yeah, let me get on with the teams and go on to, first, the Red Bull team, who once again in 2022 have ended up with victory. Max Verstappen winning the Italian Grand Prix, his first ever win at Monza, his first ever podium at Monza, and a great result for Verstappen, his 11th win of the season. He is going to break the 13 win in a season record that Sebastian Vettel and Michael Schumacher, I think, jointly hold. Vettel for 2013 and Schumacher for 2004. Yeah, he only needs, 3 more wins. I don't think he'll win next Grand Prix. I think that's going to be pretty tough, to be honest. But what do you call it? I think the Japanese Grand Prix, I think he wins that pretty easily. And we'll get into, by the way, the championship permutations in a second, because obviously he has outscored Leclerc today by 7 points, I think, because obviously Leclerc, I think, did Leclerc have the fastest lap? I think Perez actually might have had the fastest lap, I'm not sure, who ended up with the fastest lap there in the end. But, yeah, Verstappen obviously had a great start, got past all of the midfield runners by the beginning of lap 2, which was so important in him getting into that fight for victory. Then passed George Russell, on lap 5, lap 6, something like that. And was pretty easy for Verstappen to get into second. And then, slowly but surely, started to cut the gap down to Leclerc. Then, right before the virtual safety car came out for Sebastian Vettel's engine failure, Verstappen was 1.2, 1.1 seconds behind. Leclerc's tyres were starting to go off, and then Ferrari made the fateful decision to pit Charles Leclerc under the virtual safety car. Max Verstappen stayed out on track and did a very good first stint, and then Leclerc obviously got back into the lead when Max Verstappen made his pit stop for a set of mediums. Obviously Leclerc and Max pitted or started, sorry, on the soft compound tyre. And then Verstappen caught Leclerc by like 0.8 of a second per lap. Leclerc pitted then again, and then couldn't catch him, and then the safety car came out, and the race ended, obviously, behind the safety car. Wasn't that difficult in the end, and Ferrari definitely made it easy. If Ferrari had not pit under the virtual safety car, maybe Max wins anyway. He probably does win anyway, but it would have been definitely harder for him to win the Grand Prix. He was given exactly, and Red Bull were given exactly what they wanted there in winning the race. For Sergio Perez, I'm not quite sure what to make of his race. He started a few positions ahead of Sainz and Hamilton on the grid, yet he finished behind them in 6th. He had a poor start, did Perez. Then pitted early for the hard, went very long into the race before he pitted. I think 40 laps or 35 laps? Can't remember exactly how many laps he went into the Grand Prix. Then pitted again for the softs, got past Norris, and then the safety car came out, so couldn't get anywhere near Hamilton and Sainz ahead. I don't really know what to make of his race. I don't understand why he didn't have the pace that his teammate did Perez. He should have been beating really Lewis Hamilton at least, because Hamilton wasn't actually that quick today. Not because Lewis isn't quick, but because I think Mercedes just didn't have that good of a car today in the race, despite Russell getting on the podium for them. I don't quite understand what happened there with Perez with his pace. But, let me just check my Twitter. Max getting booed heavily, I'm hearing, by the Monza crowd. Not really a surprise, but, if I was Max, I wouldn't care at all if I was getting booed, because he is the winner at the end of the day, and the Ferrari fans, at the end of the day, are on the losing side. But one thing I wanted to get into quickly was the championship standings. So Max Verstappen, if these standings I'm reading on the BBC website are correct, Max Verstappen leads the championship by 116 points. If that is true, then Max has to outscore Leclerc by 14 points in Singapore. And if he does that, he will be world champion at the end of the Singapore Grand Prix. So Verstappen would need what? He'd need to win the race, and Leclerc would need to finish 5th. So if Ferrari have as good of a car as I think they will have at Singapore, it should suit Ferrari pretty well, that Grand Prix. Then, it's pretty unlikely that he's going to win the championship there. It really needs, for him to win the title there, it would need a proper Ferrari disaster class, or a retirement, really, for Leclerc, realistically, from that Grand Prix, which we know is definitely possible, but most likely he'll win the title in Japan. If Max was to win in Singapore and Leclerc finish in 2nd, then the title would go on to the Japanese Grand Prix. But then Verstappen, I think, would only need, he'd only need... If he was to win in Singapore and Leclerc finished 2nd, the gap would go up to 123 points, meaning that Max would only need, in the Japanese Grand Prix, how many points? 12, 15 points? He'd probably have to finish on the podium in Japan to win the title. So he's going to win the championship, Max, either in Singapore or Japan. Japan more likely to be the place, and to be honest, it would be nicer if Verstappen won the title there, because obviously Honda are still working with Red Bull, and they are going to be massively supported at Suzuka. And great job by Verstappen and Red Bull. Their 12th win in the 16 races this season. What a season it has been for Red Bull. But now we will go on to the home team who ended up losing today from pole position, and that is Ferrari. And Ferrari, in the end, just didn't get it right today. Leclerc, good start, was leading quite comfortably. Even when Verstappen got past Russell, he was still leading by a couple seconds over Max Verstappen. Gap started to come down, but then when the virtual safety car came out, Ferrari committed a cardinal sin. which was another mistake with their strategy. As I said on commentary, right before they actually made a pit stop, I said, and Nib I think said as well, they should not stop here because it's too early and it's not going to work out because Verstappen will end up having fresher tyres for the end and is in a quicker car anyway. And Leclerc might have to pit again if he pits this early. What do? They pit him and end up committing themselves, in hindsight, to a two-stop strategy. And that's what they did. Obviously, he pitted for a third time, but it was basically a two-stop strategy they did there with Leclerc. And yeah, in the end, once Leclerc made his second pit stop, the soft tyres weren't gaining enough on the mediums that Max Verstappen was running. And Max was able to easily be in the lead. And once they both pitted, obviously the race ended onto the safety car, meaning Max was able to win comfortably. And yet again, Ferrari have thrown another race away that they could have won. I mean, Max and Red Bull probably would have won the race today anyway, because they were just too quick. But the problem is, they didn't, Ferrari, push Red Bull as hard as they could have. They just didn't do that. They gave Red Bull and Verstappen pretty much what they wanted. They wanted, obviously, Verstappen to get into clean air because they knew Verstappen in clean air was the quickest person out there in that car. And that's what they gave them, and that's why they lost the Grand Prix. And that's the, third race this season that they've potentially cost themselves a victory through poor strategy. Fourth race, sorry. Obviously, Monaco was one. They won in Silverstone, but they did cost Leclerc the win at Silverstone by not pitting him for soft tyres. Hungary cost him the win there, and then maybe didn't cost him the win today, but we don't know what would have happened now, obviously, because they decided to pit him at that part of the Grand Prix. So, yeah, very poor there by Ferrari, and don't really know what else to say. Ferrari are just committing the same mistake over and over again and expecting something different to happen, which is, if you guys don't know, the definition of insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again, and failing, and not changing anything about how you approach things. Absolute insanity from Ferrari. Carlos Sainz, good drive from him. Very quick he was. If he didn't have a penalty, he probably could have beaten Leclerc today, to be honest, in this race, because his pace was pretty good. He raced through the field, I've got to say, in that Ferrari. But, fourth place it is. Good drive. At least Ferrari outscored Mercedes. Mercedes today scored 25 points. Ferrari scored... what does Ferrari score? 30? So at least they pulled the gap out over Mercedes, but I'm still not sure they'll hold on to second in the championship. But now let's move on to the Mercedes team, who had an okay race, I guess you could say, today. George Russell obviously got away in second, tried to have a go at passing Leclerc, went across the escape road. To be honest, though, even if you pass Leclerc, as Nib actually said before the race, Ferrari was too quick. And it was passed quite easily then by Max Verstappen, and was pretty much running in third for the rest of the Grand Prix. Maybe you could say it was a bit lucky that the safety car came out in the end, but I don't think Sainz would have actually caught Russell before the end of the race itself. So good drive from Russell. Obviously does benefit quite a bit on the penalty situation, because he probably wouldn't have finished in third, probably would have finished sixth, I'd say, in this race, because his pace in qualifying wasn't great, really, at all. Good result for Russell, and Russell is only, 17, 18 points off second in the championship, so he's still in the fight there for P2 in the driver's standings. And for Lewis Hamilton, had a lot of trouble coming through the pack in the first 20 laps or so. Then once he got into cleaner air, he was able to get a bit further up the field and deliver some better lap times, and then eventually made his pit stop, passed the two McLarens and the AlphaTauri of Gasly, and once Perez made his stop, Lewis Hamilton ended up fifth, and that's where he finished. And to be honest, given where they started, I think realistically, where they finished today and just how the pace was today, I think it was the best really they could have done. Mercedes with Russell and Hamilton. But guys, let me know in the live chat, what did you think of the top teams today and how they performed, especially Ferrari? I'm keen to hear your thoughts on the Scuderia. Let me know in the live chat. But before I come to your comments, I'm going to go through the midfield teams. So let me just go through them and then I'll get on to your comments. So next up, McLaren. Very good race for them. Their pace was very good. Maybe with the upgrade they brought at Spa, which did cut a bit of drag off from the upgrade from France, maybe McLaren have upgraded their car now to the point where they can, at any track like Alpine can seemingly, fight for the top honours in the midfield. Lando Norris finishing basically first in F1.5, Formula 1.5, the midfield battle. And yeah, Norris obviously in reality finishing in 7th place. Daniel Ricciardo would have finished in 8th, but then had some sort of problem with his car. Such a shame, because he was driving just as well as he was a year ago when he won the Italian Grand Prix. And it would have been as well, because Alpine didn't score any points today. If he had finished in 8th, that would have been 10 points for McLaren. They would have cut the gap from 24 to 14 points to Alpine and would have kept that battle for 4th going. And the next track on the calendar, Singapore, McLaren should be, you'd think, the stronger team compared to Alpine. So, yeah, that would have been a massive result for them, but Ricciardo had his problem. Great drive, though. Hopefully doesn't get too down about what happened, but, yeah, just sums up his time at McLaren. Just hasn't worked out, has it? And obviously, he's leaving at the end of the season. But at least McLaren beat Alpine today in a race in terms of outscoring them, which is the first time they've done that since when? I can't even remember since. Might be Azerbaijan, I think the last time they might have, or maybe Monaco. Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but it's been a long time since they outscored Alpine in a race. And maybe now with this better car they have, maybe McLaren can now fight back in the Constructors' Championship and still grab 4th position. We'll go on now to Alpine, who had a very poor Grand Prix here. Go on to them now. Yep. Fernando Alonso was doing well in this race, was running easily in the top 10. His pace wasn't great, but he was heading probably for a points finish, and then had some sort of problem. He was complaining about battery deployment shortly before his retirement, so maybe it's to do with that. But yeah, Alonso out of the race. What a shame that is, because he was going to get at least a couple points for Alpine. And Esteban Ocon, yeah, surprising that he just couldn't really get into the top 10 or really that close to the top 10. He didn't have a great start, made up a couple positions, but then never really went anywhere after that. So back to the drawing board really for Alpine after this Grand Prix. The gap does come down from 24 points in Alpine's favour to 18, but and that's still healthy for Alpine. But next Grand Prix, like I said, McLaren should have the edge over Alpine. Alonso is very good, though, around that track, so I think they'll still be fine for finishing the points. But, yeah, not a good day today for the Alpine team. And next up, we will go on to Alfa Romeo, who for the first time in 3 months almost have scored a point. Zhou Guanyu finishing in P10. Yeah, and he also, his last points finish was in Canada as well, was for Zhou Guanyu there. So great result. Obviously a point gain for Alfa Romeo in the championship, and they, you know, pull out their lead over Haas F1 in that battle for 6th by an extra point. So I think the gap now is 18 points between Alfa Romeo and Haas. Alfa Romeo 6th, Haas 7th. So yeah, that is a good job by Zhou. And yeah, his pace was good. As I said, Alfa Romeo, let's say AlphaTauri then. Alfa Romeo had good pace today. We saw with Valtteri Bottas when he went deep into the race, his pace on the older tyres was actually pretty good. So a shame that he had his penalty because he did qualify 12th, and if he didn't have a penalty, Bottas would have probably started the race from 8th place, I think, here at Monza. But that's the way it happened for Alfa Romeo. And yeah, good to see him in the points again, because I was worried we wouldn't see them score another point for the rest of the season. But thankfully, they have got back into the points. And we'll now go on to RSF1. Yeah, still slowest car out there this weekend. We saw that, I think, more so today. I know Mick Schumacher finished in P12, but he did gain quite a bit from being on the soft tyres towards the end of the Grand Prix in passing some of the cars. And that's why Mick Schumacher finished in P12. Good drive, though, for Mick, because he only finished a few seconds away. Well, obviously behind the safety car, he was a lot closer. But before that safety car, he was only like 6 or 7 seconds away from being in the points. There's a very good drive from Mick, but the Haas car just isn't quick enough. If the Haas car was like, say half a second quicker this weekend, I think Mick probably would have ended up with a point or two today from this Grand Prix. So good drive from Mick, again proving that on a Sunday, he is better than Magnussen, but it's just on that Saturday in qualifying needs to improve compared to his teammate. But another Grand Prix without any points. And their hold on 7th in the championship might start coming to an end very soon because of this team, AlphaTauri. Pierre Gasly finishing in P8. Very good drive. His second points finish in the last 3 races. Good to see Gasly in the points again. Finishing in 8th. He drove well today. Obviously tried to pass Ricciardo into turn 1 about lap 15-ish, lap 20, and just went too wide and ended up having to give the position back. If he did pass Ricciardo there, I think Gasly probably, to be honest, would have ended up finishing 8th anyway, so wouldn't have mattered in the end. But yeah, good drive for Gasly, good amount of points for AlphaTauri. A shame Tsunoda couldn't really do anything from the back of the field. But then again, AlphaTauri, yeah, they had good pace today, but I think Tsunoda just started way too far back on the grid. And yeah, AlphaTauri are now 1 point behind Haas in the championship for 7th. So possibly either next weekend or, not next weekend, but, the next Grand Prix weekend or at the Japanese Grand Prix, the Grand Prix after that. They might be able to get up to 7th. And like I said, 7th would be a pretty good season for them, considering how bad their car has been this season compared to 2021. So, yeah, we'll see if they can get there. And yeah, good day today for AlphaTauri. And the final 2 teams, Aston Martin, not really much to say about them. Double retirement, double engine problem. Vettel's engine failure was quite big, actually. Quite a lot of smoke coming out the rear of his car. And yeah, Vettel, first retirement of the day. Such a shame for him. And this is obviously the last race for him. Not just at Monza, but his last ever race in Europe in his Formula 1 career, which is obviously a shame. And Lance Stroll out of the race as well. To be honest, Stroll wasn't really doing much. He was in like 15th place and not really going anywhere. Aston Martin just too slow this weekend. There's nothing really they could have done to get into the points. And finally, we will go on to Williams and Nick De Vries. Take a bow, my son. P9 in his first Grand Prix in the worst car on the grid. And not the worst car this weekend, but overall, the worst car, as you can tell, they're 10th in the championship, the worst team in the championship. To finish P9, and to be honest, he was unlucky that the race ended behind the safety car because he was right on Gasly's tail and he was very close to getting past him on a couple of occasions. So he could have finished actually in P8, could have De Vries there. By the way, I just want to let you guys know because they just showed on Sky F1, Sergio Perez got the fastest lap point, which is why Verstappen leads by 116 and not 115 points over Charles Leclerc, when obviously it was 109 points going into the Grand Prix. But yeah, great drive from De Vries and was super consistent. Pace was good, and Williams absolutely deserved to finish in the points today. A shame still that obviously Alex Albon couldn't race today or this weekend. But Williams, you've got to get De Vries in that car. I don't think there's any excuse now. If you're going to replace Latifi, which they should, because, Latifi finished in 15th place. If you're going to replace him, you've got to replace him with Nick De Vries. There is no excuses. Nick is absolutely good enough for at least a chance in Formula 1. We'll see if he's good enough for Formula 1, but he at least deserves an opportunity. If Colton Herta deserves an opportunity, and Colton is a good driver, maybe you could argue better than Nick. I think definitely you could make that argument and not be wrong. But if he deserves a chance, I think Nick deserves a chance because of what Nick's done in his Formula 1, not Formula 1 career, but his racing career so far. So, yeah, great drive. My driver of the day. But, guys, let me know in the chat, who is your driver of the day? And, again, what do you rate the race out of 10 for? And what do you think of all the teams and how they performed today and drivers as well? And I'll come on to your comments in the chat in a minute. Just want to say again, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. And we will be, obviously, in 3 weeks from now in Singapore. And I will get into the official schedule of the Singapore Grand Prix weekend in terms of the content I'm going to be doing for it. Singapore Grand Prix in 3 weeks from now. And to be honest, the timings of my streams are not going to be massively different. They will start to. They'll be massively different from the Japanese Grand Prix onwards. So, yeah, just bear in mind with that. But yeah, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to sub. And for everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash that like button. Ronan Bracey, thoughts on Drugovich? He deserves a shout. He's not as good as De Vries or even Teleport Chair, to be honest. Hello to you, by the way, Ronan. Good to see you. But let's read out what you guys have to say in the chat. Let me just go to the very start of your comments. So, M90 Regal says 3 out of 10. Brabamos, 4 out of 10. Silverback Orangutan, 4 out of 10. Patrick, 7 out of 10. Moes, 4 out of 10. De Vries for driver of the day. Triben says, I need to eat. Driver of the day, Nick De Vries, 5.5 out of 10 for the race. Warhawk says 7 out of 10. Driver of the day, Nick De Vries. McLaren F1 races, 5 out of 10. Frank Triggs, 4 out of 10. De Vries, predictable race result. I think with my prediction, I got the race winner right, and I got the podium right, obviously. Was never really going to get it wrong unless something mental happened. The only thing I got wrong was I had Leclerc to finish third and Russell second, and instead, obviously, it was Leclerc second, Russell third. I had Hamilton finishing in the right position. And then, obviously, Sainz was fourth, Perez sixth. In my predictions, I had Perez fourth and Sainz in sixth. I did have Norris and Gasly finishing the points today in my predictions, but not 7th and 8th. I had them both at a position lower. And then, yeah, I predicted, I think, De Vries to finish in 14th and Zhou to finish 12th. So my predictions weren't too bad, but not great. Pranks says 7 out of 10. Ferrari's fault the action was weak. Moa says 5 wins in a row. Indeed, Red Bull have won the last 5 races. Doesn't match their longest winning streak of the season. Their longest winning streak was from Imola in Italy, which was at the end of April. The Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix that they won, and had a 1-2 at as well. That Grand Prix, they won, and then they won in Miami, Spain, Monaco, Baku, and Canada. And that was a 6-race winning streak. So 2 more wins, and that'll be their longest winning streak of the season for them. Singapore, though, should be more interesting in terms of, like, who's going to win, because it should be a 3-way fight, really. For the, what do you call it? A 3-way fight for the win between Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull. I was just saying on Twitter, Helmut Marko just said to Sky Germany that it wasn't a worthy end of a race. He thinks it was a bad decision to end it behind the safety car, that the safety car potentially chose the wrong car to catch. Even if a restart on 1 lap would made it close for Red Bull. I still think Max would have won, to be honest. But, yeah, the safety car was a bit poor there in how it just didn't catch Max. For some reason, for like 2 laps. I don't really understand why it took so long there. I'm sure everyone online's going to be like, oh, it's a conspiracy. He was actually just letting Verstappen overtake him all the time so he could deliberately end under the safety car. I'm sure people are going to say that, but they're just fucking idiots, to be fair. Andres Seidel has said that there seemed to be a problem with Daniel's gear. It was stuck. That's the reason why it took so long to remove the car from the racetrack. Let's have a look at the Twitter at the minute, see if there's anything else. Can't see anything, to be honest. And yeah, people are a bit angry that we didn't get a proper restart. But in terms of the regulations, there was nothing wrong that happened. Again, the safety car should have caught Verstappen earlier, and if he did, then we would have gotten earlier. We maybe would have got a restart to the race then by maybe we would have got a final lap in. But the rule states that, you know, the safety car has to pick the leader up, then the whole pack has to come behind the safety car, then they let the lapped cars through, and then do one more lap, and then the lap after, they get going again. So in terms of the regulations, it was followed to a T, which is obviously what they should have done in Abu Dhabi. Guys, do you think Hamilton can finish above 6th in the Drivers' Championship? Asked Dane. I think he can. I mean, I still think he'll have a chance at a win before the season ends. Rivaldo says, the race for me was a 4 out of 10. Kind of was shouting to myself, Ferrari, why? Then they were going from plan A to plan C, back to A, then C again. Now I kind of feel like they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. You don't have to kind of think that. There is literally clear evidence that they don't know what they're doing. And yeah, Rivaldo says, driver of the day, De Vries. 2 and 4, not a bad day for Ferrari. Well, yeah, considering what their race results can sometimes be. Yeah, not the worst Grand Prix in the world, but again, another mistake made. M90 Regal, yeah, at least Russell is on the podium. I thought Russell or Hamilton would get P2 due to Ferrari master plan. M90 Regal says, new regulations at Spa were supposed to give an advantage to Mercedes. Somehow it's made no difference for us. Thing is, though, it doesn't really... The flaws and, you know, it giving the downforce, obviously running the car as close to the ground, doesn't really matter here at Monza. At Monza, the biggest thing is straight line speed. So it doesn't really matter as much here. Singapore... I think we'll see again whether, you know, Mercedes with the new technical directive, whether they are closer to Red Bull and Ferrari. I mean, at Zandvoort, they were a track where the technical directive was a lot more effective than even Spa because of the some of the bumps there where they had to raise the cars by a bit, quite a bit more than they would have normally if the bumps weren't there. Yeah, Zandvoort, they were, 2-3 tenths off pole, and then they had the best car in the race on pace, but just didn't win because of some bad luck here or there, but also some poor strategy decisions with Mercedes with Lewis Hamilton. Let's look for some other comments here. So many more races than there used to be, says Astro Stevo. Indeed. Labgura says, there was no strategy that could have put Leclerc to win today. You guys, you have to separate the Ferrari shithousery from today's performance. I mean, yeah, I think Verstappen would have won. The problem is, though, they didn't give themselves the best chance to win, which is normally what Ferrari do every single weekend. And yeah, the wait goes on for their next win. Obviously, it's been 5 races now in a row Red Bull have won. And if you look at this season, we've had 16 races in 2022. They've all flown by, I've got to say. It feels like we were only in Melbourne a couple months ago, to be honest. But that was, 5 months ago, which feels mental to say. Ferrari have won 4 races in 16 this season, 16 races. They should have had at least 50% of the races this season that we've had so far have been won by them. Obviously, Spain, Monaco, they should have won. Hungary as well. And then probably Canada, they probably should have won. I think they probably had a better car that weekend, certainly in the race. So, yeah. Ferrari just haven't executed at all. I mean, maybe Verstappen and Red Bull would have won the championship anyway this season. But again, it's like 2019, where Mercedes would have won the championship that season anyway, but Ferrari didn't give themselves the best opportunity to actually be close to Mercedes, and that's the criticism I really have of them. Thanks, Chaz says Eddie, I think it is. Lavgura says, I think a lot of people here are just assuming Ferrari must have finished behind due to errors. The radio talk was pathetic, yes, but no one beats Verstappen today. Yeah, I'd agree with that, but again, like I said, they didn't give themselves the best opportunity to win. They gifted it, really, to Verstappen. If you're going to... This is the great thing, I think, at times we've seen with Mercedes this season, when they have been able to fight for victory. If you're going to lose the race because the other team's just quicker and better, fine. But at least push them as hard as you can. That's what you need to do. And yeah, doing what they did was not the right decision. Turbo, good work, Verstappen. The 13-win record will fall. If Verstappen wins at Singapore, can he win the title at that race? Yes, he can. But like I said, he needs to win that race, and Leclerc needs to finish 5th or lower. Or, if Max finishes 3rd and Leclerc doesn't finish, or Max finishes 2nd and Leclerc doesn't finish, then Max will be world champion. All he needs to do is outscore Leclerc by 15 points if Leclerc is still P2 in the championship at the end of the Singapore Grand Prix, which I think he probably will be. Max needs to outscore him by 15 points in Singapore, or 14 points, sorry, in Singapore, to be world champion. So, yeah, we'll see if that happens. Most likely, I think he'll probably win the title in Japan, where I think he'll probably only need like a top 6 finish or something to finish as world champion. Lavgura says something has happened whereby the Red Bull has made a sudden massive gain in power and loss in weight. I don't think that's the case. I think Red Bull's just quicker this weekend. They've got a better car. I think the reason they ended up 2nd in qualifying yesterday was because their car, I think we can see today, was quite clearly set up for the race. That's why they were just too quick in the end. Verstappen could care less about the booze, indeed, and he shouldn't care about the booze because it's just typical, typical tribalism, I guess you could say, from the fans there, which is, completely understandable. Let's look at some other comments here. Love Gorilla, are we looking at a new Red Bull dominance era? Yeah, I think Red Bull are going to dominate the next, probably up until 2026. Obviously, we'll see what they do in terms of, are they going to build their own engines, which they've said they are going to attempt to. Christian Horner confirmed that, I think, at Spa, that they are going to build their own engines and see if it's viable for them having or being their own suppliers. And then, they could go back with Honda. Honda are considering returning in 2026 in a full capacity. Obviously, they are still basically supplying them. But, yeah, I think Red Bull, between now and 2026, they will be the most successful team. I don't think there's any doubt about that. The only team that can stop them is Mercedes. And my hope still is that Mercedes next season will be back being a front-running team. But whether they win the championship is another story. Someone in chat here saying, ups and downs aside, whoever is in charge of the live broadcast / camera crew should legit go eat a dick. The TV direction for Formula One isn't great. Turbo says, I think at Singapore, Red Bull are supposedly coming with their new lighter chassis. Scary to think. Horner has said, though, obviously their team boss, Christian Horner did say that, what do you call it? He said that, or he basically rubbished those claims in regards to them bringing that chassis. If they do, though, it's rumoured it'll give them an extra 0.3 of a second, which if it does, then if they do bring that and it does give them that extra 0.3 of a second, then Red Bull are probably going to win every race until the end of the season, because even if Ferrari are quicker in Singapore, Red Bull will probably just be too quick in the race, which they they normally are. And so I see that Binotto is being interviewed on Sky F1, probably giving more excuses as to why they're just such a great team and why Red Bull are always going to beat them. Lab Gorilla says next year Mercedes passed Ferrari for second in the championship. Ferrari had their one and only chance this year to at least win the constructors, but they are incompetent, so they never will. McLaren from Ray says, have to say Red Bull have the car for every track with Verstappen. Fair play to them from a Lewis fan. Charles says, Ferrari strategy. What strategy? Yeah. They may, to be honest, if they had if they didn't have a head strategist at all and Binotto made the decisions, I think he would probably do better than Inaki Rueda, to be honest. Rueda is so stupid. He's so stupid. I am convinced that I would do a better job than him. And I don't like to, suck my own dick and say how great I am, but he is that bad. I am pretty sure I could do a better job than him. Because, I call the races live, as you guys hear. I call better decisions for Ferrari that they should do than he does. So yeah. M90 Regal says, could you imagine a fast Ferrari and a fast Mercedes? Could be a 5-way title fight. Lewis, George, Max, Charles, Carlos. Now that would be amazing. Yeah, it would. In an ideal world, hopefully we would get that, but yeah, I don't think that would happen. To be honest, I don't think even if it was an ideal world, I don't think Carlos would be in the title fight either, really, because I don't think he's quite at that level. Lab Gorilla says, as an Italian and lifelong Ferrari fan, I have to say, I think Elkan should consider pulling this team apart and starting again, even leave the sport to reevaluate for a season or two. Well, I don't think they should leave the sport. You don't need to do that to start again. Look at Ferrari in the early to mid-90s. They were in a poor position, but then they slowly started building that team to what it became. The problem is, Ferrari are continuing to employ people that have caused failures in the past and are continuing to cause failures now and aren't doing anything about it. So, yeah. Let's find some other comments here. Rooks but says, if you could swap a management strategy crew from the bottom half field of the team, which would you choose and how well would they do? Well, they're not a bottom half team, but McLaren, if they had the car that Ferrari do, McLaren would be a lot closer to Verstappen and Red Bull in the championship. There's no doubt about that. Alfa Romeo, I think they would do very well with what they have. Alfa Romeo / Sauber, they've always been a decent team. They've never had a quick car, but they've always operationally been a good team. Never really made any massive cock-ups. Teams always make mistakes during a season. You can't go a season without making a mistake. That is literally impossible. But I have said actually before that I think that Fred Vassar, the team principal of Alfa Romeo, I think would be a pretty good replacement for Binotto as team principal. Fred he's not the best team boss on the grid, but he's good. He's, look at how he turned around the Sauber team. who were in dire straits under Manisha Kaltenborn. And he's turned him into a decent midfield team. I'm just looking at his history. He was team principal of Renault, I think, for a year or so. Just looking at his other history. He joined Nicholas Tott, obviously Jean Tott's son, to form ART, ART Grand Prix team that won the GP2 championship with Rosberg in 2005 and Lewis Hamilton in 2006. And I think he was a part of that team for quite a few years. So he's got good experience. He's been around in around Formula One for quite a long time. So I don't see the problem in hiring him. I think hiring him would be a good decision. And it would be the start of something. It would be the start of a journey, hopefully, back up to being world champions. M90 Regal says, Alpine strategists, McLaren I feel are weak. Don't know enough about Haas, AlphaTauri, Williams engineers. Maybe Sauber, Alfa Romeo strategists. Something tells me Alpine strategists have screwed things up this year. No, they're not the greatest there. Astristio says, cheers, Chazza and crew. Love your works, as always, even when the races don't go as I'd hope. Cheers for that, mate. Let's find some other comments here if I can. I'm probably going to read out a few more and then get to a final few things before I end the stream. Rivaldo says Ferrari needs a self-introspection. Big up to Red Bull and Max, everything on point. Mercedes, I have no words. I kind of feel like they're progressing, but I'm not convinced at all that they need to be themselves. Let's find some other comments here in the chat. If I can. And hold on, let me just scroll up because I've missed a load of comments. M90 Regal says Red Bull will release Gasly without Herta getting a super license. I think the FIA was supposed to make a decision this weekend. We haven't heard anything official in regards to that. But it's I don't even know what to say to it. We haven't heard anything. But I will be uploading the video that I recorded during my stream yesterday, which was me analysing the Colton Herta situation. You may remember I talked about it in my build to qualifying. That video will be uploaded onto the channel tomorrow. Tomorrow there will not be any review of the Italian Grand Prix in terms of a topic, because it wasn't really, there wasn't, anything massively interesting that happened and enough to do a video on this race. Triban says De Vries is part of the Mercedes Academy. Mercedes were not allowed De Vries to be snatched by them. Well, Williams are supplied by Mercedes and they've had a good working relationship for years. And I'm pretty sure doesn't Toto Wolff, the Mercedes team boss, still have a stake in Williams? So yeah, I don't think there's any doubt he'll be going to Williams if Williams decide to sign him. Triban says Gasly shouldn't have been in the Red Bull in 2019. That was a stupid move. Gasly was new and had pressure stacked on him. Same for Albon. Yeah, he shouldn't have been. But the problem is Red Bull didn't have, in their academy, they didn't have anyone ready, which is why they went for Gasly. In hindsight, they probably should have gone for Sergio Perez then, and then put Gasly in the car in 2020 or 2021 or something like that. That would have worked out better. But they, wanted to stay true to the system. But then once they got through Gasly and Albon, they just accepted that they don't have the quality of drivers to help Max out with with being up there for Red Bull. So yeah. McLaren from Races, thank you, Chazza. I speak for all people here when you say you bring us comprehensive qualifying and race information in addition to crap Sky coverages. Thank you, no problem. Lorenzo says, replace Spinella strategist. And let's find some other comments here. If I can. Lorenzo says, which chat are you reading? You're not reading our comments. I am reading the chat. I'm reading the comments from earlier in the stream. Earlier in the, the comments posted a bit earlier than the ones going in now live, because I don't want to miss out those ones either. Turbo asks me, does that mean the new Red Bull chassis is axed for this year, or will it come out but later? If they don't bring it to Singapore because they can't because of the cost cap, then they'll just bring it for next season. And then, we'll see next season what happens in regards to what their car's like, whether it's as quick or the best car on the grid. Red Bull have had a very good car this year, but I wouldn't say it's been the clear best car on the grid in 2022. Not like, Mercedes in 2019 or 2020, anything like that. But, they're looking very good for a few championships in the next few years. Ronan Brady says, in fairness, Rueda was a good Lotus strategist for Kimi and Grosjean. Well, that's a long time ago, and I'll have to go back and look. But I remember there was one race where, if he was strategist then, in 2013, he got it wrong. Because Kimi Räikkönen was leading, and yes, I do have, by the way, before you ask, an encyclopedic knowledge of F1. Kimi Räikkönen, I remember, was leading a race at the Nürburgring, the 2013 German Grand Prix. Vettel, who won that race in the end, had made 3 pit stops. Räikkönen, with about not 12 laps, about 14 laps to go, 15 laps to go, had only made 2 stops and was 15, 16 seconds clear of Vettel, and then they decided to pit him, when what they should have done is left him out on track to try and stay ahead of Vettel, which I think if they did that, I think he would have won the race that day. So if he was strategist then there is a history there. Well, Ferrari years away from winning another championship, indeed. Triban says Ferrari going to wait 21 more years until Ferrari domination. Ferrari 2028 championship, I predict. I think there's a chance Ferrari could go the next 20 years from now until not winning another championship. I think there's definitely a chance. Look at McLaren. I know obviously Ferrari are a bigger team than McLaren. They've always been a bigger team than McLaren, but McLaren used to be as good, if not better at times, than Ferrari. Definitely in the late 80s, or in the 80s really, and the early 90s as well. And the late 90s, McLaren were a better team than Ferrari were. And, we're a great team, massive team, massively successful team. Look at McLaren. They've not won a world championship since Lewis Hamilton in 2008. And obviously McLaren's downfall has been a lot steeper than Ferrari's has. Ferrari have been able to keep themselves up at the front of Formula One. Not the very front, but, they've been able to keep themselves as a front-running team. But, yeah, I think Ferrari could absolutely. I mean, it's been... For McLaren's last Constructors' Championship was 23 years ago Actually, no, it wasn't 23 years ago. It was 24 years ago in 1998. I was born in 1998. That's the last time McLaren won the Constructors' title. Ferrari's last Constructors' title, obviously, was 14 years ago. So this could absolutely go on another decade or two. I have no doubt about that. Right, I'm going to try and read out a final few comments, and then I'm going to come to the end of the stream here, I reckon. Ronan Brady says, tyres would not have lasted in that race, Chaz, in Germany 2013. They brought the new compound after all those Silverstone failures? They should have at least tried to go to the end. It would have been the better decision, to be honest. M90 Regal says, I just feel bad for McLaren. They dump Honda and Honda wins the championship. I hope so much McLaren can win another championship soon. You'll be hoping for a long time, I think. Frank Trick says 1973 here, getting old. Warhawk says 1974. I have noticed that, because I've looked through my analytics, I have noticed that my main viewer base is actually quite a bit older than than other channels, which I have no problem with. I don't care who views my videos. You don't have to be a certain age, of course, but I do tend to have older people watching my my stuff, which, you know, is good. I mean, obviously, if you're older and you've watched Formula One for longer, you're going to be more knowledgeable about the sport itself. And I think here we are a bit more comprehensive and diehard in our Formula One coverage rather than maybe other channels out there. And obviously, great knowledge of history as well. Ronan British is 1996. Yeah, I'm 1998. And yeah, first race I watched was 2011 Japanese Grand Prix. So yeah, Japanese Grand Prix coming up in 5 weeks. That'll be 11-year anniversary since I started watching Formula One. M90 Regal says it's because you're knowledgeable. I'm mid-30s. Arika says Russell for future wins. Yeah, definitely. McLaren from Racist 47 here. I'm 1974 as well. Front Trig says because your commentary is intelligent, Shazza. Thanks for that. M90 Regal says you and Peter Windsor are the two I watch. Yeah, I don't watch Peter Windsor, but I used to when I was younger, and he still is, I'm sure, a very good analyzer, F1 contributor, whatever you want to call him, but he's very good. Obviously, he used to work properly in the Williams team back in, I think, 92 when they won the championship with that dominant car. Frank Triggs 50 in January, yeah. I'm what, 25 in January? Dustin says, truth, lots of other channels are colour commentary with little substance. Rooksford says, I've got t-shirts older than you, Chaz. Let me see if there's any other comments I can find here. Perpetual Richard says, Ferrari made the right decision. What do you think? Well, yeah, I don't agree with that. They should have kept Leclerc. Out on Circular, thanks for those comments, guys. Very nice to hear you guys say that. And also, thank you guys a lot for... I'm not going to read that comment out from Ronan Brady because I don't want to upset anyone. Because obviously I used to what do you call it, appear on his stream, so I don't want to cause any drama there or anything. But Ronan Brady, yeah, I'll just leave your comment there in chat. Warhawk says, Chazza, did you enjoy the race? I was, but then it just tapered off, really. Frank Trigg says, I had a dream day F1 with Williams in 2000. Derek Warwick drove me around in an old 2-seater V10 Williams. I remember back then they used to do that, didn't they? Because I remember it's on YouTube as well. You can go and look at it if anyone's younger and hasn't seen it. Martin Brundle driving Murray Walker around in a McLaren 2-seater. I think 1998 that was, or 1999. And yeah, they used to do a lot of 2-seaters. And I think they used to do... Well, no, this is actually 2 or 3 years ago. They actually used to have Zolt Baumgartner, who used to race for Jordan and Minardi, take people around the Catalonia track in a old Minardi 2-seater. So yeah, I think they still... Do they still do that at certain Grand Prix? I can't remember, but I know they did it a few races ago. Or a few years ago, sorry. Ronan Brady, I've been watching since 2012. My first race was at your favourite track. What's my favourite track? Suzuka? Silverstone? I don't know what you mean there. I mean, the only Grand Prix I've been to was the 2014 Spanish Grand Prix, and obviously I went to testing in 2019. And I'm hoping to be going to the Spanish Grand Prix next year, but again, we'll see. Depends really on can I afford to go. If I can... Then yeah, I should hopefully be going. Ken Waller says the thing about Abu Dhabi is the FIA didn't follow their own rules, and I like how people just want to forget what happened there. It was not sport. It's not hard to get if you believe in integrity in sport. I mean, yeah, obviously it wasn't the right thing that happened there, but thankfully they followed the right protocol here. Oh, Abu Dhabi, right. Well, that was a classic race, that 2012 one. That was probably one of the best, if not the best, Abu Dhabi race we've ever had. With Kimi Räikkönen getting his famous, "Leave me alone, I know what I'm doing" quote. And Vettel came from, 24th on the grid to 3rd? Yeah, that was a great race, that was. Great race. But anyway, I think I'll come to the end of the stream because I've been live for 4 hours and almost 35 minutes. Thank you guys massively for coming along to this stream. Not just this stream, but all the streams this week. And obviously the qualifying stream yesterday, the qualifying preview on Friday, and the preview on Thursday as well. Been great to have you along for all of the content this weekend. And before I go, I just want to let you guys know what the plan for content is on the channel between now and Singapore. And I will also just quickly let you guys know as to what the plan is for Singapore in terms of content as well. So the Singapore Grand Prix is in 3 weeks from now. Friday practice is the 30th of September. Obviously, it's the 11th of September today. So that is, quite a bit away. 2.5 weeks, I think, until Friday practice at the Singapore Grand Prix. And what do you call it? The content between now and that Grand Prix, what I'm going to do is upload that Colton Herta topic that I recorded during the qualifying stream. That'll be uploaded tomorrow at 6 p.m. UK time. And then later next week, I'm going to do a live stream either probably on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday next week, where I'm going to do some topics for the or what do you call it? I'm going to do some topics, F1 topics on stream, and I'm going to record each part so I can upload them separately as their own videos, and they can get uploaded on the channel. And then I'll probably do the same for the week after as well. Do another stream where there's, I'd say 2 or 3 topics, and record each part and upload those as their own videos. And then the week after that will be the Singapore Grand Prix week. And for the Singapore Grand Prix, what I'll be doing is on Thursday, the 29th of September, I'll be live at 6 p.m. UK time for my Singapore Grand Prix weekend preview. On the 30th of September, on the Friday practice day, I will be live at 6 p.m. UK time to do my qualifying preview. That's 3 hours after practice 2 finishes in Singapore, because obviously practice 2 starts a bit earlier in Singapore, 2 p.m. UK time. So I'll be live at 6 p.m. UK time for the qualifying preview. And then on qualifying day, I will be going live at 10:45 a.m. UK time. Firstly, live till 12 p.m. for the practice 3 watch along. 12 till 2 p.m. I'll be doing the build up to qualifying. Qualifying starts at 2 p.m. UK time for Singapore on the 1st of October. And then obviously at 2 p.m. until 3 p.m. I'll do the watch along for the qualifying session itself. And then for half an hour after, do the reaction like I normally do. And then race day in Singapore, the 2nd of October. The race starts at 1 p.m. UK time. So I'll be going live at 11 a.m. UK time until 12:30 with my build-up / preview to the race. Then from 12:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. UK time will be the race watch-along part of the stream. Again, race starts at 1 p.m. UK time. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I will be doing a race reaction. So between the Singapore Grand Prix, between now and the Singapore Grand Prix, there should be 2 streams at least, and quite a few recorded videos coming from those streams. So if you guys do miss those streams, don't worry, because I will upload basically all of the contents of those streams in recorded videos over the next couple weeks or so. And then, like I said, that's the schedule for Singapore. And then obviously a week after Singapore is the Japanese Grand Prix. The schedule for that Grand Prix is going to be quite a bit different from what I normally do because of the timings of that, all those sessions. So I'll let you guys know about that, obviously, when we get to Singapore. Hopefully all you guys have a good, 2.5, 3 week break until the next Grand Prix. And if you can, check out the content on the channel, then please do in the next couple of weeks or so. And been a a good triple header. Not as great as it could have been, but a good one here in 2022. Obviously, Spa, Zandvoort, Monza, but it is over and done with. And we've only got 6 races left in this season. Singapore, Japan, USA, Mexico, Brazil, and Abu Dhabi. The season ends on the 20th of November, so 3 months and a week until the season ends? Not far away, unfortunately, in 2022. But guys, again, thank you for coming along to the stream today and for this weekend, and I will obviously see you for that content next week and the week after. And yeah, make sure to check out that video tomorrow about the Colton Herta AlphaTauri situation and the whole FIA Super License situation as well. That video will be uploaded tomorrow at 6 PM UK time. And for everyone watching right now still, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. Don't forget as well to smash the like button if you haven't already, and share this video and channel out as well. And don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 and join my Discord server, link below in the description. Make sure to join the community we have here on this channel. And yeah, thanks for this weekend, guys. Also, thank you to anyone who's newly subscribed to the channel. Great to have you along as well. And hopefully I can keep you guys entertained for the rest of the season, rest of the year as well. But again, thanks for this Italian Grand Prix weekend. And until my next stream, probably next Friday, Saturday or Sunday. And until the next Grand Prix on the calendar as we return to Asia for the first time since 2019 for the Singapore Grand Prix in three weeks from now. It has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.